Yeah, just. All right, good evening, everyone. We're gonna get started in just a minute. We are having some issues with our check-in system, but it is all being worked out. We thank you for your patience, and we'll be getting started in about 10 minutes. So if you would like, you still have a minute to pace about your house before we get started. Get a drink of water, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do.
Out taxonomy is not permanent. The study opens up numerous research avenues about the varied biologies and behaviors of what appears to be a growing group of tyrannosaurs. Lindsay Fano again.
This is why I love science. What I'm most thrilled about is how much we stand to learn by recognizing that we got it wrong the first time.
For NPR News, I'm Ari Daniel. You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News.
Welcome, everyone. I'm glad to see some of you, and I call to order the 193rd Annual Convention of the Diocese of Vermont. I've been advised that 47 delegates representing 31 of 42 congregations and 28 of 62 eligible canonically resident clergy are duly registered for this convention and are gathered together on the convention's Zoom meeting platform. Accordingly, under the quorum requirements of Canon 1.9, we have a quorum. Before proceeding, I call upon Paul Olson for some time-sensitive announcements.
Good evening, everyone. A few reminders regarding proposed resolutions, amendments, and nominations from the floor for this evening's session. All proposed resolutions or amendments to resolutions to come before this convention must be submitted in writing to communications@diovermont.org no later than 6:30 p.m. for discussion by convention later in the evening. For amendments, we ask that you indicate the exact wording you wish to strike, add, or amend to any given resolution. Nominations from the floor of convention for elected offices are permitted. If anyone has a nomination for a leadership position opening, please email communications@diovermont.org. This too must be done no later than 6:30 p.m. to be considered. Bishop, I turn things back over to you.
Thank you. Before I begin with the land acknowledgement, I don't see, I can't see everybody, and I'm looking for a deacon to do the dismissal at the end, and I'll call on the first one that I see. Let's see. I'm looking for, let me see, where? Huh. I'm sure we've got a deacon here. Why am I not seeing somebody? Oh, there's Liz. Liz, you're waving your hand, and you're the first one that I scrolled over to. So Liz, will you please do our dismissal at the very end? That means you can't leave. Thank you. We acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded land of the Abenaki people on which we are gathered today. We honor the Abenaki people who have been living and working on this land from time immemorial. We recognize that colonialism and the oppression of Native peoples is a current and ongoing process, and we commit to building our awareness of our present participation. And so we give thanks for those who have come before us, honoring the legacy of Vermont's Indigenous people, the Abenaki people of the Dawn. We are grateful for their care and sharing of this land. Once again, welcome to our convention. And I just want to state why we are here so we can be clear. Thursday before last, we were introduced to the legislation we will vote on tonight. On Saturday, we celebrated our life together through formation, connection, sharing a common and Eucharistic meal, renewed our commitments to God and each other, and of special note, acknowledged and celebrated the thriving ministry of our community of constellations. Tonight will conclude this year's convention. And in our work tonight, we will continue to acknowledge the ways we've stepped out of the boat in the spirit of koinonia. We'll take up the work of maintaining and stewarding our diocesan household through legislation and elections and adopting a budget for 2026. Let us pray. O God, you manifest in your servants the signs of your presence. Send forth upon us the spirit of love, that in companionship with one another, your abounding grace may increase among us. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. This is a reading from the 2nd chapter of Acts. They devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and fellowship, to the breaking of bread and the prayers. Awe came upon everyone because many wonders and signs were being done through the apostles. All who believed were together and had all things in common. They would sell their possessions and goods and distribute the proceeds to all, as any had need. Day by day, as they spent much time together in the temple, they broke bread at home and ate their food with glad and generous hearts, praising God and having the goodwill of all the people. And day by day, the Lord added to their number those who were being saved. Hear what the Spirit is saying to the church. The word fellowship in Greek is koinonia. The concept of koinonia encompasses the many acts, tasks, works, and ways of being necessary for people to be a community of followers of Jesus. By way of devotion to the apostles' teaching, what new boldness are we called to in the pursuit of strengthening our diocesan household? May our work here tonight be done in a spirit of koinonia. Let us pray. Almighty and ever-living God, source of all wisdom and understanding, be present with those who take counsel in the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont for the renewal and mission of your church. Teach us in all things to seek first your honor and glory. Guide us to perceive what is right, and grant us both the courage to pursue it and the grace to accomplish it. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Four years ago, I invited Vermont Episcopalians to step out of the boat and go closer to Jesus. We have been faithful and courageous. A critically significant effort begun in 2022 was a 3-year period of experimentation recommended by Thrive, the Task Force for Hope, Revitalization, Innovation, Vision, and Efficiency. Thrive created a plan for a new way forward for the Diocese of Vermont, recommendations of organizational changes and canonical changes, both of which we have been trying on as a 3-year experiment. This experiment required us not only to step out of the boat and go closer to Jesus, but was also only possible with God's help. Since launching this season of experimentation, we had a mission leadership review in 2023 and adopted mission strategy goals in 2024. And both of those documents are available on our website, and the links are now in the chat. I don't think you'll read them right this minute, though. The Mission Leadership Review presented at our 2023 Diocesan Convention was an assessment of how we are working together, my leadership, the life of our diocesan household, and the ministry of all the people of this diocese. The review highlighted strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities which were the basis for the mission strategy goals. These 3 broad goals are to strengthen congregations, build relationships, and develop leaders and structures. Our mission strategy goals are about koinonia. And as you know, that is the Greek word, which is often translated as fellowship, but it encompasses more. It is an understanding of a community united by their common work and sharing for the flourishing of their community of faith. Koinonia requires a commitment to collaboration. The original 3-year period of Thrive's experimentation ends tonight. Later this evening, we will vote on the proposed Thrive canons. As I stated at the pre-convention hearing, our governing bodies completed an assessment of the Thrive recommendations that were instituted in 2022 and refined in 2023. The Executive Council shared this assessment report and made recommendations, resulting in the resolutions for our consideration. Our mission strategy goal of developing leaders and structures is being furthered by the work that brought us to this vote tonight and is part of meeting that goal. The assessment report is also available on our website, and the link is in the chat. While the assessment report concluded that the Thrive canons are mostly working for us, of concern to me is the difficulty we're having facing the realities of a lack of capacity and a lack of engagement. The report noted a lack of clarity of roles, a lack of clarity about what it means to be missionally vital, and a need for more formation. Well, my balcony view and interpretation of this stated lack of clarity of roles is predicated on people's expectations based on an earlier time in our history, not who we are now. These expectations also don't take into account a lack of capacity, i.e., fewer people stepping up to fill various roles. Our lack of capacity quite often is resolved by the overfunctioning of individuals covering or filling in vacancies when they don't officially hold a particular title or role. In some instances, the perceived lack of clarity in roles is actually a lack of willingness to accept change based on expectations or definitions on a reality that is no longer our context, or in some cases, not aligned with our denomination's polity and practices. As we changed our governing structure, we used the polity of the Episcopal Church as a guide and the intentions of Thrive. Each governing body adjusted to what it means to provide more clarity on how they will function, define their roles, and establish policies where the canons are silent. For example, the Commission on Finance makes decisions about grants and loans, but there are no rules in the church canons providing policy for those decisions. The Commission's role is clear, but they need to define policies and procedures so congregations will know what to expect and the Commission can make informed and fair decisions. Work like this is underway for all the governing bodies, committees, and commissions, and it will continue to be refined. Changing our structure and roles also applies to how the diocesan staff operates. In the past, you had multiple full-time program staff who supported congregations and clergy. Now we have one, the Reverend Canon Susan Oladol, Canon for Canon to the ordinary, and I am the ordinary, by the way, for missional vitality. And we had a communication staff person and a full-time bishop's assistant. Both of those people were full-time, and 2 full-time finance staff members. We now have a full-time director of operations, a part-time communications / bishop's assistant, executive assistant, and a part-time CFO. You had a full-time transition minister. We now have a very part-time consultant. But many people still expect the staff to do all of the things that were done by a much larger staff a few years ago. This is not unlike what most of you are experiencing in your congregations. Fewer people doing everything. We all need to adapt, and that means deciding what we can do and what we cannot do. Our greatest challenge in developing leaders and structures is the work of right-sizing. In quoting from the Thrive Assessment Report, we can no longer afford the staffing and committee models that we've always had. Right-sizing means going through an intentional process to make sure we have the size and the form participants who will enable us to respond to our changing understanding of what God is calling our diocesan household to do and become. And this is true at every level of the diocese. A challenge faced by small dioceses is a greater need for the bishop's staff to take on the functions of what in the past was accomplished by volunteers. However, the pool of volunteers is shrinking and financial resources are not as plentiful, making it difficult to afford the necessary staff. And the same thing is happening in congregations. We are entering our 3rd year without a diocesan treasurer, a volunteer position with the vital task of working with the Executive Council and Commission on Finance to develop the annual diocesan budget and to collaborate with various governing bodies and congregations. A significant challenge in finding a new volunteer treasurer is that this role is almost a quarter-time position. And notice I said volunteer. Mike Shapiro joined us in 2023 as our part-time interim CFO from the financial services firm of Gallagher, Flynn and Company. Mike has also covered the work of the diocesan treasurer, in addition to leading the right sizing of systems and finance office staff. He has worked with Rock Point Commons, Mission Farm, the Communities for Spiritual Vitality, the trustees, and the Commission on Finance. Bookkeeping was transitioned to a cost-effective contractor. Other accounting management, such as payroll, was streamlined, and efficiencies were gained with IT management solutions. This updating of IT systems and right-sizing of the financial systems enabled Margaret Shadow, Director of Operations, and Sophie Kitch-Peck, my Executive Assistant and Communications Director, to make remarkable progress in electronically preserving, organizing, and updating our records and databases. As Mike's work comes to an end in December, we bid Mike goodbye and blessings. Thank you to Mike for your dedication and for the additional work you took on. We now have the ability to come to the table knowing what we bring as we engage more deeply in collaboration with other dioceses. And we welcome our new part-time CFO, Lisa Ham, who is also a member of All Saints South Burlington. In welcoming Lisa, we are transitioning to a staff person rather than a contractor. Executive Council approved the draft budget before this hire was made. Therefore, we will see a reduction of approximately $60,000 in the staff budget line in actual expenditures in 2026. As a diocesan household, we will earnestly take up the work of right-sizing in the coming year. This, too, is part of koinonia. Right-sizing may invoke anxiety, but it does not mean the end for us. The world needs us to be the body of Christ engaged in God's mission. Living in koinonia enables us to do just that. Another finding of the Thrive Assessment Report was repeated questions about the meaning of missional vitality. Missional vitality speaks to the health and ability of a congregation to carry out God's mission. In quoting from my reflections in the Thrive Assessment Report, the dwindling of members in our congregations, combined with the lack of engagement, stretches our diocesan household, especially the clergy, lay leaders, and the bishop staff. The health, the vitality of many of our congregations is lacking, and this is a very difficult situation to face. Could it be that people are articulating a lack of understanding or confusion about missional vitality because we don't want to engage with what this means in our congregations and diocesan household? Providing only a definition for missional vitality or the new criteria, as noted by the work of the Task Force on Distressed Congregations, will not solve this situation. We have the information, and some we've had since 2022. We now simply need to use it. Our mission strategy goal to strengthen congregations, to strengthen their missional vitality, has been furthered by the work of the Executive Council. In May of 2024, the Executive Council appointed the Task Force on Distressed Congregations to address the difficulties faced by congregations, ranging from financial issues to membership decline, inability to support clergy, and property concerns. Led by the Reverend Canon Susan Oladol, the task force's charge was to help us find ways to work with our congregations and to define a process for this work. Part of their work required researching missional vitality. The Task Force on Distressed Congregations has given us a list of vitality characteristics for congregations. The list is included in the canon changes we'll vote on this evening, and you can find that in the chat box. And I won't go through the entire list now, but I will highlight a few aspects of vitality characteristics for congregations. Has strong lay leadership and active lay participation. Offers formation for spiritual development and engages in missional activities, and maintains an active presence in the community with commitment and purpose beyond the walls. Along with the task force, our clergy also articulated what is meant by missional vitality. In a series of 5 regional meetings this past spring, Canon Susan and I met with the clergy of our diocese and discussed the question, what is missional vitality? Or phrased another way, what are the markers of a healthy congregation? The clergy's responses were collected in the Healthy Congregations document, later shared with those participating in the Thrive assessment. What the clergy articulated was as clear as it was challenging and mostly matched the vitality characteristics. There is hope in that we really do know how to be healthy and strong, and it is indeed possible. The articulation of missional vitality in the proposed canon revisions help us move all congregations toward health and growth, guiding diocesan leadership and staff to resource and support congregations. For some congregations, it may seem hard to achieve each aspect of the list. That is why no congregation is being asked to go it alone in meeting each mark of vitality. We really do have clarity about what missional vitality entails. We just need to live beyond our habits and fears and step out in faith with a renewed commitment to being the body of Christ, called to carry out God's mission in the world. So let us turn our focus to formation, our lifelong process of spiritual growth and discipleship, and the final point raised by some in the Thrive assessment. When congregations have part-time priests who serve more than one congregation or are struggling, they often lack the capacity to offer formation. To that end, Canon Susan Oladol, in her role as canon to the Ordinary for Missional Vitality, continues to manage and coordinate formation as we seek to strengthen congregations. And these are the formation opportunities that have been available in 2025 and are ongoing formation for constellations and all congregations in our diocesan household. Training for lay readers for morning prayer, and the next round will begin in January, and our instructors this year will be the Reverend Ann Hockridge, the Reverend Darcy Mercier, and the Reverend Deacon Charlie Nichols. Lay preacher training was provided by Backstory Preaching for the past 3 years, and it was fully funded by our diocese. Starting this fall, we are aligned with the Pathways program at Bexley Seabury and the Call program of Church Divinity School of the Pacific. Our diocese is offering scholarship funds to support participation in this program. Education for Ministry, sometimes called EFM, is coordinated by Steve Isham, and groups will be online and in person. It's a 4-year small group formation program based on study and practice and theological reflection. Communities for Spiritual Vitality, led by the Reverend Adjua Wilson, who's the program director and vicar for discipleship and formation, provides lay leaders in parishes without full-time clergy with opportunities for spiritual growth, community and support resources for worship, as well as beautiful devotionals that can be used for Lenten studies by individuals or congregations. And alternatively, individuals or congregations can join the weekly Lenten discussions hosted by the Green Mountain Online Abbey. Green Mountain Online Abbey also has Saturday coffee hour, and during that time there's Bible study and discussion about our spiritual life as Anglicans, and as I already said, the annual Lenten devotional and discussion. The Racial Justice and Healing Committee offers ongoing Sacred Ground circles, screening of films and discussions of the films, along with book studies. Tri-Tank Experimental Lab, offered through the Reverend Lorenzo Librija, and Virginia Theological Seminary, has offered multiple opportunities and workshops for congregations trying inventive approaches to the challenges facing the church. And I want to say thank you to the teams of clergy and lay people who have facilitated, led, and taught these offerings, and who have recently committed to this ongoing effort. There are numerous well-publicized offerings for lay leadership and formation available, some funded by grants or offered in collaboration with other dioceses. The Thrive Assessment Report, naming the need for more lay formation, more accurately points to a lack of awareness, engagement, and participation, not a lack of offerings and opportunities. We need to commit to paying attention to communications regarding the life of our diocesan household and make use of those resources. The most recent effort for strengthening congregations is the appointment of our diocesan coordinator for youth ministry, the Reverend Sarah Janolfi, who also serves as rector of Trinity Church in Rutland. Sarah will be a valuable resource to congregations as they seek to involve and engage young people in their communities. Stay tuned and stay engaged. Constellation Ministry continues to grow through the skilled midwifery of the Reverend Canon Linda Grenz. We have 6 total constellations comprised of 16 congregations with a total of 8 priests and 4 deacons. Most recently, Trinity Shelburne and St. Andrew's Colchester are in the process of forming a constellation and are engaged in a clergy search together. I extend a special thanks to the community of constellations for the ways you have worked together to strengthen congregations and build relationships, and for your engagement and formation that has developed leaders and structures that make ministry possible. Thank you for the encouragement your ministries provide our diocesan household. Over the last few years, you have continued to step out of the boat, discovering how to be church in a changing world. These congregations have demonstrated growth through collaboration on formation and community engagement. This is a community of learners and practitioners who have courageously collaborated in ministry opportunities and shared leadership with priests, deacons, pastoral care providers, lay preachers, and worship leaders. It was an absolute joy to celebrate you last Saturday at the in-person session of the Diocesan Convention. And now we want to outline formation opportunities specifically for our community of constellations. Pastoral care training is offered by the Reverend Lynn Burns using the Community of Hope International Training Model. Community of Constellations has group meetings, peer consultation, and support for clergy and wardens. Clergy and Constellations also have peer consultation and support for deacons and priests. All of our constellations participate in formation for preaching, leading morning prayer, and pastoral care. Our goal of building relationships encompasses the ongoing work of gaining cultural competency, enabling us to become an anti-racist institution. Decades ago, the Episcopal Church issued canonical requirements for anti-racism training for all church leaders. As an Episcopal diocese, we are bound by those requirements. And more recently, noted in the Mission Leadership Review, the challenge of systemic and relational racism is both an opportunity and weakness for our diocesan household. Spurred by the findings of the Mission Leadership Review and the mission strategy goals, as well as last year's convention address, we secured the Racial Equity Institute to provide training for all of our governing bodies and the Racial Healing and Justice Committee. While the event was quite impactful and well received by attendees, attendance was significantly below planned numbers. For the strengthening and continued healing of our diocesan household, we must prioritize healing from racism work. This work must not be viewed as a one-off, or check the box event, but as a lifelong commitment that allows us to grow and mature in our ability to strive for justice and peace among all people and show leadership in respecting the dignity of every human being. At a time when our country is beset by the rise of Christless Christianity, also known as white Christian nationalism, an inherently white supremacist movement, we must be well formed to take up the work of conciliation and reconciliation. We must recommit to foster conciliation and reconciliation in our communities and state and take anti-racism action as stated in our mission and vision statement. I am absolutely grateful for this and celebrate the faithfulness of our Racial Justice and Healing Committee, which consistently offers formation opportunities throughout the year. Looking back over the ways we've continually stepped out of the boat in the spirit of koinonia, I'm encouraged by how much we've accomplished as a diocesan household, even as I've noted places where we've fallen short. This type of reflection is a required part of learning and growing. As a diocesan household, with our governance structures and financial house in order, we have positioned ourselves for more expansive collaboration. Our years of experimentation have taught us a great deal and given us the ability to be more courageous. Whether by failure or success, we have learned to look at what we've learned and how this learning will shape our future. So now, focusing on the future. As part of our growing practice of assessment, let us also develop the practice of recognizing and celebrating what we have accomplished, even when we recognize the need to recommit to the things we've said are important, but that have stalled or been neglected. So here's a celebration for you. Thank you to the Zero Emissions Task Force, which this year has refocused our commitment to creation care. And now here are some invitations for 2026 and beyond. For individual Episcopalians, quoting myself from last year's convention address, I'm making the exact same invitation as I made last year. I'm inviting each of us to participate in some form of formation around Christian practices and faith with a group of other people on their journey of Christian faith. These are the foundations of what make healthy, growing, and strong congregations and allow us to be present as the Episcopal branch of the Jesus movement in Vermont. There may be opportunities in your local congregation, and if not, there will continue to be opportunities on a diocesan level. In an upcoming issue of The Mountain, we will share a list and contacts of the current and ongoing formation offerings of our diocese. Now, this is for the congregations. My call to action for the coming year is for you to engage with the vitality characteristics outlined in the canons with a focus on maintaining an active presence in the community with commitment and purpose beyond the walls. You can invite people in by all means, and you can send money out. But this missional effort I'm calling you to take up is really about building people-to-people connections and creating relationships with the communities surrounding your buildings. My invitation is for every congregation to engage in a ministry in their surrounding community. And in closing, I ask that you remember that our goals are about developing a spirit of koinonia. In the second chapter of Acts, it is written, they devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and fellowship, to the breaking of bread and the prayers. Over the past year, we have allowed this verse to lead and guide us as we seek to strengthen our efforts to carry out God's mission as a diocesan household. We are learning to live with an expanded understanding of fellowship. Our baptismal promise to fellowship, our vow to engage in the work it takes to be the body of Christ, is like a boat that carries us through all aspects of a discipleship. Let us carry on with a thriving spirit of koinonia, doing the actions and practices required to keep our boat heading in a good direction, guided by the Holy Spirit into God's mission in the world. I now call on Sophie Kitch-Peck to provide an orientation for our use of Election Buddy and Zoom polling.
All right, good evening, everyone. You've heard my voice a few times already, and you have heard my voice. You will hear my voice many more times throughout this evening as I coordinate our voting. We are doing really well on the practice election buddy vote that was sent out at 5 p.m. this evening. Voting on the best Halloween candy. I will launch. I will be launching. So sorry, we're having some tech issues in the office. We're resolving those shortly. We will, if you have not already, please. So sorry, everyone. All right. I think that got rid of the echo. All right. If you've not already, please log on to Election Buddy. The link is on the screen right now. It is a slightly different page from the one we have used in years previous. It is the end of the link is Dio Vermont this year, whereas years previous it was just for Vermont. So please make sure you are on secure.electionbuddy.com/m/Dio Vermont this year. If you use the old page, your credentials will not work. Each of you have been issued your unique access code and password, and you have those in your email, in the email you were sent at 5 p.m. In a moment, I will be closing our second practice vote. But before we do that, I am going to be launching the other voting. The other thing we'll be using for voting this evening is Zoom polls, and these will be for our more basic procedural matters, whereas we'll be reserving Election Buddy for voting on resolutions, as well as any contested elections this evening. In a moment, I will be launching our practice Zoom poll. It is similar, if not the same, as one we used 2 weeks ago. So I expect the results to be the same this time as well. And once we have concluded that practice Zoom poll, I will be closing the current Election Buddy ballot, and we will learn the results of what the best Halloween candy is to the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont. So let me launch this Zoom poll. And we will all vote on whether Vermont maple syrup is the best maple syrup. All right, I'm going to close the poll shortly. All right. And it looks like Vermont maple syrup is in fact the best maple syrup. Thank you all. All right. In a moment, the Election Buddy vote will be closing. And the vote has now closed. And it looks like, if you'll take my word for it, the best Halloween candy to the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont are Reese's in the shape of pumpkins. I will make sure I can share an image with all of you later that shows that I am not lying to you, that was the winning result in this vote. Thank you all for participating in our voting practice this evening.
Pursuant to Title I, Canon 113 and 6 of our Vermont canons, a list of canonically resident clergy present and entitled to vote, and a list of congregations with lay delegates present and entitled to vote is available. Pursuant to Title I, Canon 3.4, I appoint Tom Little as Chancellor of the Diocese. This appointment does not require confirmation by a vote of convention. Pursuant to Title I, Canon 1.8, I appoint Paul Olson as Secretary of the Convention. This appointment is subject to confirmation by vote of convention. The question before the convention is, shall the convention confirm the appointment of the Secretary of Convention? And is there any discussion? I don't see any hands up. This is great. The matter before us is the convention's confirming of this appointment. A Zoom poll will appear on your screen shortly. Vote yes to confirm the appointment and vote no to withhold confirmation. I believe the voting is complete. I don't see Sophie shaking her head no, their head no. So that is 100% approval. Thank you. I call on the Secretary of Convention.
Thank you all for your confidence. The proposed rules of order for conducting convention business, voting instructions, and other household announcements were made available on the diocesan website by the Secretary of Convention. Please keep all of that information in mind as we conduct our business this evening. A simple reminder on how to address the bishop, either as Bishop Shannon or Right Reverend Madam. During our time together, to be recognized to speak by the Zoom host, please make use of the raised hand function in the Zoom platform. Once you are recognized, you will be able to unmute yourself. Before speaking, please begin by clearly stating your name, congregation, and town. If you have raised your hand in error or no longer need to be recognized, please press the raised hand button again so that you're no longer raising your hand. Please note you are welcome to communicate with one another using the chat function provided in Zoom. But this feature should not be used for official convention business. If you wish to be recognized and speak to the convention, it is necessary to use the raised hand function. As we move through the agenda, links to relevant documents such as budget information, the full text of resolutions, and the packet of information on nominees for election will be placed there in the chat section. Bishop.
I now call on Tom Little, the Diocesan Chancellor, to present the proposed rules of order as published in the pre-convention materials.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon, and good evening to you all. The proposed rules of order for this convention are, with the exception of dates, the same rules of order that we have adopted and used over the last 3 or 4 diocesan conventions. and substantially the same as we have used for a lot longer than that. They contain the resolution requirements, the filing deadline, and the voting requirements for carrying or defeating a resolution, the rules of debate, that those who wish to speak to a resolution or other question are limited to not more than 2 minutes, with no one speaking a second time until all others have spoken a first time. There's a provision for waiving or suspending the rules of order by a 2/3 vote of convention. If the rules of order in any way are found to be inconsistent with our diocesan constitution or canons, that the constitution and canons will prevail. And there is a special rule of order that we've used consistently for remote meetings that set forth the protocols for how we meet virtually. So I urge you to adopt the rules of order when it is brought to a vote. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Tom. I call for a motion to accept the rules of order for this convention.
Bishop, I see the Reverend Earl Coopercamp has raised his hand.
So moved.
Is there a second?
See the Reverend Titus Pressler has raised his hand.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is a motion to accept the proposed rules of order. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to accept the rules of order and no to reject the rules of order. Okay. It appears that everyone has voted and the vote is 100% approval. Thank you. The next order of business is presenting the written annual convention reports for acceptance. A link to the pre-convention journal can be found on the diocesan website and in the chat box now. I call for a motion to accept the reports as filed. Please use the raised hand function and remember to clearly state your name and congregation when moving and seconding motions.
Ray Moss has raised his hand. James.
Is there a second? Oh, does he need to say it officially besides just raising his hand?
James, you're making that motion?
Yes, so moved. James Grace, St. John in the Mountains.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Becky Collette has her hand raised.
Becky Coletti of St. Luke's, Fairhaven, and seconded.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the acceptance of convention reports. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to accept the convention reports and vote no to reject the reports.
About the number of people voting.
The vote is passed by 100%. Thank you. Voting yes, that is. All right. I call on Diocesan Chancellor Tom Little for remarks on the legislative process, including a review of guidelines for time limits on discussion and debate on resolutions.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Our diocesan conventions are noted for their civility, their passion at times, and their respect for all convention members and officers, and respect for the legislative process as well. Please help us continue this good tradition. As the Secretary of Convention has explained, if you wish to address the convention, please follow the posted procedures for being recognized, including identifying yourself and your congregation. Once recognized, succinctly share your comments, focusing them on the question pending at the time. Remember, there is a 2-minute limit on each speaker, and there is no requirement to use the entire 2 minutes. Our timekeeper will alert us when the limit has been reached, and you will be, your sound will be turned off if you exceed that limit. If you have a question, please frame it in the form of a question to make it clear whom you would like to answer the question. And as with all virtual meetings, please listen attentively and avoid distractions. Thank you very much. Bishop?
Thank you, Tom. The following clergy transitions have taken place between July 2024 and June 2025. Transferred in on August 1st, 2024, the Reverend Ann Hartley was received from the Diocese of Southwest Florida. On September 1st, 2024, the Reverend Kathleen Shadow was received from the Diocese of Maryland. On January 31st, 2025, the Reverend Deacon Elizabeth Skoleski was received from the Diocese of Connecticut. On February 3rd, 2025, the Reverend Deacon Charles Nichols Jr. was received from the Diocese of New Hampshire. Transferred out on August 15, 2024, the Reverend Justin Lanier was released to the Diocese of Pennsylvania. And let's take a moment to pray for those canonically resident clergy who died between July 1st, 2024 and June 30th, 2025. But first I'll say their names. The Reverend John Keenan, the Reverend Jacqueline Arbuckle, the Reverend Stuart Pearson, the Reverend Gunnar Urang, the Reverend Janet Brown, the Reverend Reed Brown, and the Venerable Reverend Standard Baker. Let us pray. Almighty God, with whom still live the spirits of those who die in the Lord, and with whom the souls of the faithful are in joy and felicity, we give you heartfelt thanks for the good examples of all your servants, who, having finished their course in faith, now find rest and refreshment. May we, with all who have died in the true faith of your holy name, have perfect fulfillment and bliss in your eternal and everlasting glory. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let us move forward with the business before this convention, starting with the financial affairs and a video presentation on diocesan finances from our interim CFO, Michael Shapiro.
Hello. Special thanks to those who worked on the assembly and review of this budget, including the bishop and her staff, Commission on Finance, and Executive Council. I will be moving somewhat quickly through these slides. My goal is to leave you with a high-level understanding of our 2026 budget. Further information is available digitally. A balance sheet represents a snapshot in time of our financial position. It provides a view of what we own and what we owe. It is a nice starting point before we consider 2026. Shared here is a summarized balance sheet as of June 30, 2025, and a comparable view as of June 30, 2024. Key takeaways include no real debt, a healthy cash reserve, and I'll also highlight that the decrease in total assets from one year to the next is due largely to our accounting policy of not capitalizing fixed assets, including building improvements. As our liquidity decreased, our fixed assets would have risen in 2024 and 2025 as we took on some major projects. Our partners at Raymond James provided me this slide. The graph illustrates the growth in green of our collective unit fund over the past 20 years. Also noted over the past 20 years are our contributions, as shown in blue. As our contributions have declined, our fund has continued to grow. This is certainly a product of the market, but also reflects the stewardship across the household preserving this critical asset. We are presenting a balanced budget for 2026. The budgeted expenses align with the budgeted revenue. A budget is an educated guess at what will happen in the coming year. Some organizations budget too aggressively, others too conservatively. This budget represents the right balance. The biggest risk is the unforeseen, especially relating to building repairs. The biggest opportunity is in our funding. Our budgeted revenue for 2026 is not wishful. It is based on what we know and can reasonably expect. This slide presents a summarized but full picture of our 2026 income statement. We will be reviewing the revenue and expenses on the next two slides, so I am going to move quickly. This view just shows how it all fits together. Four main sources of revenue: assessments from parishes, investment dividend income, grant income, and our annual appeal. Among our expenses, which is always a combination of our fixed operating expenses, what it costs to run a diocese, and also the diocese's spend on household-wide initiatives. I will end this presentation with a slide that highlights the latter. This slide illustrates that we expect to record a loss in 2025. This is mainly driven by our capital projects over the last 18 months, including a necessary HVAC upgrade. You can see this spend in the other expense line. I'll highlight a couple of more items among our expenses. Our spending on staff remains constant. Our legal expense embedded within general and administrative is increased in 2026, not due to any knowns, but to mitigate what has felt like a risk in our budget in recent years. Our buildings and land has an increase from 2025 to 2026. We don't yet have a full comprehensive view on what the HVAC upgrades will do to our utility bills, so hopefully there is a bit of a buffer in here. Within our reserves accounts, we work hard to save funds for significant spending that is not annual. An example of this is our attendance at General Convention every 3 years. We do this so that we do not take the full hit to our financials in any one given year. It's spread out. This line represents a lot of shifting between individual reserve accounts that I won't get into detail here. Overall budget for 2026 nets out to zero. We are budgeting to spend what we have. We talked about this in our prior slide, but this is a graphical view of our 2026 funding sources. 58% from parish assessments, 31% from investment dividends, 9% of miscellaneous led by grants reliably secured in our past, 2% from our annual appeal. A good budget presentation highlights where the funding comes from, which is what this slide attempts to do. It also highlights where the funding is being used, which takes us to our next slide. It is hard to take in all that this slide offers, so I will highlight the following. Approximately half of our spend is on our people. The rest, as noted earlier, captures the cost of our diocese office operating and the spend that is made for the benefit of the wider diocesan household. More on that to come. I've shared this slide for a couple of years of doing this, and there are two interesting takeaway conclusions. One, the diocese has maintained steady spend across personnel for at least the last several years. And two, the diocese continues its intentional trend toward reducing the reliance on contracted staff in favor of hired employees. I've spoken today about our expenses and how they can be roughly segmented into two buckets. One, what it costs us to operate a diocese, our utilities, our insurance, our bookkeeping, and so on. And second, what is spent to support the parishes and clergy of our diocese. This graphic highlights in yellow the portions of our expense budget that contribute to what is being spent to support the parishes and clergy of our diocese. Lines highlighted include personnel, the direct support that is provided by the staff, formation and mission, often annual decisions. These will change annually, but often are geared towards clergy support, parish programs, other trainings and support. Our bishop's discretionary spend, certain unit fund dividends that are purposely restricted to support aged and infirmed clergy, campus ministry, and additional seminarian support. The grants that we award directly to parishes, loans available to, but not included in this line, and other expenses, which for 2026 includes continued support for Mission Farm in the amount of $50,000. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our interim CFO, Mike Shapiro? Well, thank you. Thank you, Mike. I now call on Ann Brown, Chair of the Resolutions Committee, to present and move approval of resolutions, beginning with the diocesan budget.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. I'd like to start by thanking members of the Resolutions Committee, Nancy Gordon, Luke Kruger, and Nancy Wicke. We have a lot of resolutions this year, so it's been helpful to spread a little of the work. I remind Convention that the rules of order we accepted earlier permit a maximum of 20 minutes of discussion for each resolution, and as Chancellor Little noted, a limit of 2 minutes per person. The Secretary will keep time and let us know when we have reached the limit. If you do wish to speak, as Paul Olson said earlier, please use the raised hand function, wait to be recognized by the chair. At that point, you'll be able to unmute yourself, and once unmuted, you should address the bishop. Then clearly state your name, congregation, and town. Let us know if you're speaking in favor or against the resolution, or if you're asking a question for clarification. We do, as I said, have many to consider, so in fairness to all, plan your remarks to be succinct and to the point. Our timekeeper will be sure to notify speakers when your time is about to expire. And then please wrap up your remarks quickly if you haven't already been cut off. At General Convention, there was a little red light up on the screen, and they used to say when the light goes red, the mic goes dead. We might need to observe that here. Also, if no one's spoken in opposition to a resolution, it does suggest that speaking in support, while ordinarily welcome, may not be our best use of time. It being after 6:30 p.m., we have received no amendments to resolutions, so that process is definitely closed. Finally, our rules of order include a provision for adding resolutions to the agenda that were submitted after the deadline set by the Committee on Dispatch of Business. We do have 2 resolutions proposed by the Canons Committee. They've been on the convention webpage since last week under resolutions. One of them is number 6, revised canons for clarification. And the other is number 7, direct canons committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons. In each case, a motion will be made to suspend the rules of order, and a representative of the canons committee will explain why the resolution should be added to the agenda of the convention. We'll not debate the substance of the resolutions at this time, and a motion to suspend the rules of order is not debatable. We'll vote separately by Zoom poll only on whether the convention will suspend the rules of order to consider them. The rules do require a 2/3 affirmative vote to place them on the agenda.
I invite Ann Brown to move the question of suspending the rules to consider adding Resolution 6, revised canons for clarification, to the agenda.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move that the rules of order be suspended so that resolution number 6, revised canons for clarification, may be placed on the agenda.
I invite Chancellor Tom Little to explain why we should consider adding the proposed Resolution 6 to the agenda.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon, and speaking for myself and other members of the Canons Committee, who are Steve Marshall, the chair, Lindsay Huddle, the Reverend Bram Kranichfeld, and the Reverend Walter Brownridge, and myself. The Canons review, drafting, editing, and finalization process is meticulous work. When many are involved, as should be the case when we look to amend our canons, at times the movement from one marked up draft to the next misses or adds a word or phrase. The Canons Committee also finds that the process can reveal needed updates or corrections in other canons, and sometimes a canon amendment from a prior convention is found to have a reference in a different canon that was not noticed in that prior convention. Resolution 6 came about as the result of this iterative process through the work of the Canons Committee in collaboration with Bishop Shannon, representatives of Executive Council, and the trustees, and Canon Susan Oladal and Linda Grenz. The Canons Committee believes that it is appropriate to address them at this convention instead of waiting a year, and accordingly, the Canons Committee asks for your support suspending the rules to take up Resolution 6 this evening. Thank you.
So the matter before the convention is whether to add, oh no, I've skipped a spot, sorry. Well, no, here we go. The matter before the convention is whether to add Resolution 6, revised canons for clarification to the agenda of the convention. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. A 2/3 vote will allow us to debate the resolution at a later time. Vote yes to approve the motion, to add the resolution, and vote no to reject the motion. The vote passes 117 in favor to no. I invite Ann Brown to move the resolution of suspending the rules to consider adding resolution number 7, direct canons committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As chair of the resolutions committee, I move that the rules of order be suspended so that resolution 7, direct canons committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons, may be placed on the agenda for this convention.
I invite Chancellor Tom Little to explain why we should consider adding the proposed resolution number 7 to the agenda.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Taking up resolution 7 also requires a rule suspension because it was not filed by the deadline. The resolution would direct the Canons Committee to review all of the canon changes approved by convention this evening and prepare an updated draft incorporating all of them. This is a good practice, and the Canons Committee is prepared to complete that task while the amendments are fresh in our minds. The committee would do this work faithfully to the text of the past amendments and edit the canons only where doing so is necessary for clarity and readability. In other words, no material or substantive changes. This would also be a good process for the committee to undertake, as it will require us to focus on not individual bits and pieces of the canons, but the entire document. For these reasons, the Canons Committee respectfully asks that the convention suspend its rules to take up resolution 7 this evening. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Tom. The matter before the convention is whether to add resolution number 7, direct canons committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons to the agenda of the convention. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. A 2/3 vote will allow us to debate the resolution at a later time. Vote yes to approve the motion, to add the resolution, and vote no to reject the motion. The vote passes 119 yes, 1 nay. Thank you. I call on Ann Brown to present Resolution 1, adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Diocese of Vermont.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. In order to save on what will be precious time in our busy schedule, we'll debate first two resolutions before taking an election buddy vote that will include both resolutions on a single ballot. This is a resolution that we have every year. It adopts the budget that was described by Mike Shapiro just a few minutes ago. And I move that it be adopted.
I'm muted. Is there any discussion? And I invite interim CFO Mike Shapiro to remain unmuted so he may answer any questions about this resolution.
I see the Reverend Linda Maloney has raised her hand. He's muted.
For
Linda, you're now unmuted. You may speak.
Yes, I hope that the revisions committee at the end will take the non-existent word infirmed out of the of the budget and resolution and simply refer to those of us of a certain age as infirm, as is correct English. The more serious point that I have to raise is I understand that this budget was finalized some weeks ago. In the meantime, we have the impending loss of SNAP benefits and also the withdrawal of federal aid for disaster relief, both of which affect us seriously in the state. I wonder if there's flexibility enough in the budget for us to be able to respond to those needs.
I'll try to answer that. I apologize for that error, and I appreciate you highlighting it. I did not know the word infirm very well. The challenge with our budget every year is that it's lean. It's many of the dollars are spoken for. At the same time, and as I noted in my pre-recorded video, a budget is an estimate of what we will face in the coming year. We won't follow it exactly because we don't always know what comes and what doesn't. And there's not a lot of flexibility, but I will add, some of the things that we've done in prior years weren't budgeted, notably flood relief. In the last few years, we've had more than 1 year, at least a couple of years where a few of our parishes were deep in need. A few of our congregations were deep in need. And so I guess I'll just say that the bishop and her staff are always listening to those needs and trying to find a way.
Thank you.
Are there others who wish to speak to the resolution? Bishop, I see no other hands raised with questions or wishing to speak to this.
Thank you, Paul. I call on Ann Brown to present and move approval of Resolution 2, establishing minimum clergy compensation for 2026. A vote on Resolution 1 and 2 will follow the debate.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. This is another of the resolutions that we do every year. We're required by the canons to set a minimum level of compensation for clergy, stipend, as well as housing, other benefits, and reimbursements. It also sets the annual cost of living increase for all employees. So As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 2, establishing minimum clergy compensation for 2026.
I invite the Reverend Canon Linda Grins to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop. There are no significant changes other than the cost of living increase and the usual insurance increases. Those will be sent to you along with the spreadsheet and the guide, which outlines how to compute your clergy person or your layperson's compensation. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. Paul, you want to recognize Earl?
Earl Cooper Camp.
Yes, Earl Cooper Camp, St. Mary's Parish, Northfield, Church of the Good Shepherd, Barry. And just I think it came up, my memory's feeble nowadays, but before that, it's kind of weird for clergy to vote on this. So I kind of wish there was a way to abstain on this, because I just think, haven't done this for about 100 years. It just feels wrong now.
I hear you, Earl, but it's in the national canons. You don't have a choice. Sorry, buddy.
Give me a second. Are there others? The Reverend Walter Brownridge.
I'm sorry. Did you need a second? I couldn't. I could, but it's
No,
coming
we
from a
don't.
committee. That's all right. Thank you. That's all.
When the Resolutions Committee moves a resolution, it does not require a second.
Are there others with questions or wishing to speak for or against the resolution? Bishop, I'm seeing no other hands raised for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. The matters before the convention are Resolution 1, adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Diocese of Vermont, and Resolution 2, establishing minimum clergy compensation for 2026. Your election buddy ballot will have both resolutions listed, so you will be registering 2 votes. Vote yes to approve of resolution, vote no to reject a resolution. While delegates are completing their votes, we will take a brief 3-minute pause and then announce the results of the votes on resolutions 1 and 2. But I will say, vote before you go and take a break, please. And while
right.
pause our business, you'll also see on your screen a video on Rock Point Commons.
All right, the vote should be opening shortly, and the link to the voting page is in the chat. All right, the vote is now open.
So this fall, we're really excited about a bunch of new initiatives here. One, we are starting our second full year having Eagle Bay Academy located at the conference center, which has just been really exciting to have the students and the teachers based there. There's a lot of life, a lot of exploring, and a lot of learning happening now down at the conference center. So that's been really exciting. And the other big development we're working on is opening up the Kerr building as the Rock Point Center for Nature and Spirituality. And the vision for this is that it's going to be a place where people are walking or visiting the land, that they can actually come inside and learn more about this place, what's special about it, what's valuable about it, what's fragile or vulnerable about it, and how they can be caretakers. And so we're finishing that this fall. It'll be open this fall, and we're very excited about that, and hope that a lot of folks from around the diocese will make the trip to come see it.
It's been a really exciting year for the community homestead. We started off the year with a great maple sugaring season. This is one of the most exciting programs of the year at Rock Point. We invite the community to come and help produce maple sugar from trees that we tap around the property. And it's a really great way to kind of kick off the year and get people involved right at the beginning of the season, when people are kind of itching to get outside from the winter and spend time in the sun. Rock Point being so centrally located and having this diverse landscape really creates an opportunity for folks in town to come together and participate in tending the land together as really a community homestead. So another way that we invite folks to come connect with the land out here is through natural history education. So I lead a class called Reading Rock Point, and this is a 5-part naturalist class where people sign up at the beginning of the year. Each class has a different topic that we focus on. So we spend a day talking about the geological history of the landscape, a day on trees, and then natural communities, and the human history, and winter trees and wildlife tracking. I'm here in the pasture with some of our sheep friends, and yeah, another important part of our mission here at Rock Point Commons that really aligns with the diocese is to cultivate spiritual community around the landscape out here. And one of the ways that we've been doing that this year is by hosting full moon ceremonies. Yeah, this has been a really nice way to kind of get together for some reflection time in a group and be connected to what's happening on the landscape in each season. And it's been a great way to invite people from all different kinds of spiritual practices or religions to kind of come together over just that sort of relationship with the landscape, wherever they're kind of coming at it from.
All right. And the vote will be closing shortly. And the vote is now closed. Thank you, Bishop. Over to you.
All right. Did we give people the full amount and do you think they've come back yet, Sophie? I didn't do the timer. Maybe our timekeeper did.
The time is up. The time is up.
Okay, then. All right, thank you, timekeeper, Jenny. Before I announce the outcome of resolutions 1 and 2, and we consider the remaining resolutions, let's move to the nomination and election of individuals offering themselves to serve in leadership roles in the diocese. Were any additional nominations for elected office received by 6:30?
As of 6:30, we have received a nomination to add to the slate of Denise Noble of St. James, Essex Junction, to serve as lay alternate delegate to the Synod of the Province of New England. But that was the sole new nomination to be added to the slate.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. This nominee will be added to the list of candidates for election, and the nomination process is hereby closed. I call on Elizabeth Parker of the Nominating Committee for a report and introduction of nominees for elections to diocesan offices.
Good evening. We will begin with the elections for which there are no contests. A link to the nominations packet with further information on each candidate is available in the chat. On behalf of the Nominations Committee, I present the following slate of candidates for uncontested election to office. A lay nominee to serve on the Commission on Finance, Brendan Means-Koss. Lay nominee as delegate to the Synod of the Province of New England, Elizabeth Parker, Christchurch, Montpelier. Lay nominee as alternate delegate to the Synod of the Province of New England, Denise Noble. Nominees for the Rock Point School Board of Trustees, Tricia Kane and Lee McClendon. Clergy nominee for the Standing Committee of the Diocese, the Reverend Canon Lee Allison Crawford, St. Mary's, Northfield. Lay nominee for the Standing Committee of the Diocese, Colleen Gates, St. Peter's, Bennington. Nominees to serve a 3-year term as trustee of the diocese, Noma Anderson, Cathedral Church of St. Paul, Burlington, and Dr. Anne Guillot, Cathedral Church of St. Paul, Burlington. And then nominee to serve a 1-year term as trustee of the diocese, Paul Horn, St. Stephen's, Middlebury.
Thank you, Elizabeth. A motion is in order to elect all candidates just named to the offices for which they are running in uncontested elections.
I see the Reverend Titus Pressler has raised his hand for the motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
The Reverend Beth Hillgartner has raised her hand.
Second. Beth.
Thank you. The matter before us is the election of all nominees for uncontested offices. Please vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to approve the election of all nominees. Vote no to reject the election of all nominees. All right, thank you. All of these nominees have been elected. And in addition to these newly elected diocesan leaders, I have appointed the Reverend Kathleen Shadow to serve on the Executive Council and Abraham Awolich to serve on the Rock Point Commons Board. I can also announce the result of the votes for resolutions 1 and 2, and both were approved by 98%. Thank you. I call on Elizabeth Parker of the Nominating Committee for a report and introduction of nominees for election to serve as clergy and lay deputies, not delegates, lay deputies to the General Convention of the Episcopal Church to be held in July 2027 in Phoenix, Arizona.
We will elect 4 deputies to General Convention in the clergy order and 4 deputies to the lay order. Alternate deputies will be elected at the 2026 Diocesan Convention. The nominees for clergy deputy are the Reverend Canon Walter Brownridge, Christchurch, Montpelier, the Reverend Canon Lee Allison Crawford, St. Mary's, Northfield, the Very Reverend Greta Gatlin, Cathedral Church of St. Paul, Burlington, the Reverend Sarah Ganolfi, Trinity, Rutland, the Reverend Jeremy Means-Koss, St. James Arlington and St. Peter's Bennington, and the Reverend Kathleen Shoto, Holy Trinity Swanton. And now the nominees for lay deputy are Anne Clark Brown, St. Mary's Northfield, Luke Kruger, St. Paul's Wells, Thomas Little, Trinity Shelburne, Dane Murphy, St. Stephen's Middlebury, Anna Youngman, St. Peter's Bennington. Because a nominee must receive a majority vote from both clergy and lay delegates to be elected, clergy and lay delegates will cast their ballots by order, but will vote for both clergy and lay nominees. The total number of votes cast for each nominee will put the elected deputies in rank order. Bishop?
The matter now before us is the election of 4 clergy deputies and 4 lay deputies to General Convention. Please vote for up to 4 nominees in each order using Election Buddy. Note that these ballots in each order who receive majority votes on this ballot will be elected, and they will be ranked in order of the number of votes received. Should 4 in either or both orders not be elected, additional ballots will be taken to complete the election. While delegates are completing their votes, we will take a 10-minute break, but please do vote before taking a break.
All right, the vote will be opening momentarily. And the vote is now open. It might take a minute to refresh. And the vote is open officially. I will also note that we will have a video playing over this 10-minute break from our new coordinator for youth ministry, introducing herself as such to our convention and our diocese.
Hymn number 370. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got myself into this situation. Well, let's go back to my Episcopal beginning. I'd say I'm more of a twin bed Episcopalian than a cradle one. And I owe a lot to one woman, Betty Finney, child runaway turned college professor and matriarch of St. John's Episcopal Church in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. She welcomed my family when Mom grew weary of our old church's stance on women in leadership. Through Betty and that church, this weirdo kid who couldn't wait to escape Amish paradise found meaning, purpose, and belonging. St. John's was smaller than the other church, no more Christmas pageants with 70 kids, but something new emerged, especially at those midnight Christmas Eve services where I served alongside Betty, falling asleep only once. From the start, I was woven into parish life, not sidelined in a children's corner. I was confirmed there, went through the Journey to Adulthood program, and went on pilgrimage to Recife, Brazil at 16. I made friends across the diocese at camps and conferences, people who often felt more like home than my peers. Most of my formation, though, didn't happen during Sunday morning worship, but outside church walls with the help of adults who gave up evenings, weekends, and vacation time to nurture our faith. They showed me that a deep walk with God means stepping out into the world and going off book. Eventually, I realized I was being equipped to raise others in faith too. I became a pilgrimage leader for teens I'd once counseled at camp. In every setting, secular or sacred, I found ways to give back to God the gift I'd been given. It was through all of those experiences that I heard my own call to the priesthood, because someone paid attention to the Spirit at work in a teenager. I even watched my mom grow up into her own ministry as a deacon and hospice nurse. Both of us found our voices in a church that welcomed what others would not. Take that, misogyny! Now, mainline churches across our denomination and beyond are mourning the loss of young people. We used to think they'd come back for weddings or baptisms, but many didn't, or didn't linger long after the sacrament. Some churches are now generations removed from stubby crayons, felt storyboards, and overflowing vacation Bible schools. So what do we do? I don't have one single answer, but maybe the first step is to let go of what used to work and rejoice in what's right in front of us, if we situate ourselves in the right location. And then we'll crash back in, wobbly-legged if we must, and meet young people where they already are. It's time to go fishing for young people again. And maybe that means leaving behind our old nets and fishing holes. Because that prayer on page 829, the one where we acknowledge that our children are growing up in an unsteady and confusing world, still rings true today. And I'm inviting every parish, whether or not you have young people, to come out and play. Through play, we will remember our communities in the way the Spirit is calling us to do so today. Because let's be frank, young people are not the future of the church. They are the today of the church. And play is the prayer of youthful belonging. Now, I get that working for teens isn't for everyone. That is okay because no ministry fits everyone. But I do believe every congregation has something to offer. Maybe you're great at organizing forms in logistics. Maybe you've got a service project youth could join, or a few kayaks we could borrow. Maybe you're a photographer who can help tell our story. We need all of you to help translate the gospel for the 21st century, not to make God relevant, because God already is, but to help each generation know God in their own language. And yes, we'll still need those brave, physically able souls willing to sleep on church floors and handle spills, shouts, and the occasional bit of blood that are an unavoidable part of youth ministry. Always bring that first aid kit. If you still don't see yourself in youth ministry, pray for us, or support the work however you can. It took some time to get here, so it'll take all of us to plant, nurture, and sprout out new disciples. You do not have to be young to make an impact. I know I may seem forever 21 to many adults in this church, but Betty, who I only knew with white hair and wrinkles, was the best one for me. So age is not a limitation. Here's my call to you. Show up. Grab a board game or a ball that won't break a window and help us remember the sacred gift we call the body of Christ.
Let's go! Come on, come home!
All right, everyone, I'm just announcing we have just under 3 minutes left of this break. I will also say that I am going to be closing the voting for this first round of the General Convention deputation in about 30 seconds to 1 minute. So if you have not registered your vote, please do so as soon as you can. Thank you.
All right, it's taking a little longer to compute our votes, so we are going to move on to the next item at hand. So Elizabeth, hold on, you're not done yet. I'll thank you all later in a minute. So the next order of business requires us to recess convention, don't go anywhere, and convene as the incorporators of Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center. The principal benefactor of Brookhaven, Skiva Spear, liked the idea of turning the Diocese of Vermont convention delegates into incorporators who elect trustees through recessing the convention for that purpose. And so the articles of incorporation were written that way. I call for a motion to recess diocesan convention and convene as the incorporators of Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center.
Should I see a hand from Luke Kruger?
Luke, you gonna unmute so you can make your motion?
So it's on me.
Oh, oops.
Go ahead, Luke.
So move that we move into this portion of Brookhaven.
Is there a second? Not all at once.
Nancy Gordon has raised her hand. There we go, Nancy.
Seconded.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is recessing diocesan convention in order to convene as the incorporators of Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center. Please indicate a vote in favor by using the raised hand function in Zoom. Get those hands up. All right, looks like we have enough hands. Thank you. I now declare this convention the Brookhaven Incorporators Group and call to order the annual meeting of Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center. The annual report of the Brookhaven Board of Trustees was duly filed and is included in the materials posted on the convention website in the pre-convention journal. I call, and thank you to Rocky for his report. I call on Elizabeth Parker of the nominating committee for introductions of nominees of the Brookhaven Board of Trustees.
In this uncontested election, there are 3 nominees to fill 3 open positions as Brookhaven trustees: Judith Castengay, Christchurch Island Pond, Brett Murphy, St. Mary's Northfield, sorry, and Martha Roberts, Christchurch Montpelier.
The matter before us is the election of 3 trustees for Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center. Please vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen to elect this uncontested slate. It looks to me that people have ceased voting and this slate has 100% approval. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the annual meeting of the incorporators of the Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center? And I will say that Rocky Spino, who has been the executive director of Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center, will be moving on to a different position, and he will certainly be missed. And we have been absolutely grateful for his leadership of this work and ministry in our diocesan household. Seeing that there is no other business coming before the Brookhaven meeting, the question before us is adjourning the annual meeting of the incorporators of Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center and reconvening as the annual convention of the Diocese of Vermont. Please indicate a vote in favor by using the raised hand function in Zoom. Thank you. I call back to order the 193rd Annual Convention of the Diocese of Vermont. We are still waiting on the results of the in the clergy order for General Convention deputies. And I'm reading them. The results, wait a minute. I need to make sure that I've got these in order. Reading in order of number of votes, our deputies for General Convention in the lay order will be Luke Kruger, and then Ann Brown, then Tom Little, and Anna, Youngman. Sorry. Thank you all for standing for election. And when I have the tally for the clergy order, I will let you know. I call on Ann Brown, Chair of the Resolutions Committee, to present and move approval of other resolutions to come before this convention.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. We'll begin with the 4 resolutions that are revisions to the canons. That's resolutions 3, 4, 5, and 6, since we did vote to include it on the agenda. Since they're offered by the Canons Committee, we do not have to consider them at successive conventions, but we can adopt them immediately if they pass in votes by orders by 2/3 majority vote in each order. To speed the process, we'll debate all 4 resolutions and then vote for each on one ballot using Election Buddy. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of resolution number 3, revised canons to amend canons 6.1, 15.3, 18, 27, 29E, and 38. These are the canons that relate to the Thrive process and what's happening this year to adjust the canons.
Thank you, Anne. I invite Chancellor Tom Little to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop. I speak on behalf of the Canons Committee. The resolution before us, resolution number 3, has a very good explanation piece just after the resolved clauses and prior to the individual canon amendments. I add that when you vote on the canon amendments this evening, you will not be voting on the explanation itself, but just on the canon changes. But the explanation was developed as a summary of what is in each amendment and why it is being proposed. So the change to Canon 6, for example, is to create a new seats on Executive Council for the chairperson or a representative of the Racial Healing and Justice Committee, and for representation of the leadership involved with creation care. That's Canon 6.1. Based upon the work done to assess the Thrive canon changes, there are proposed changes to canons 15.3, 18, and 27. The proposal is to dissolve the Committee on Congregational Development and Formation and revert to the prior model for that activity on behalf of the diocese. The proposal is to delete the Thrive Canon 29E Advisory Commission on Diocesan Organizations, which did not meet during the 3-year period that was assessed by the Thrive Assessment Group. And lastly, when the Thrive Canon changes were adopted, we added a new Canon 38, which sunset all of the Thrive Canon changes unless the convention took separate action. And since the recommendation of the Canons Committee, based upon the work of the assessment working group, was to keep the Thrive Canon changes, except as amended in this resolution, we need to repeal that sunset canon, canon number 38. The Canons Committee worked in collaboration with representatives from the assessment group, Bishop Shannon, and other stakeholders across the diocese in revising the proposal that came to us, and we recommend it for your adoption. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Is there any discussion?
Bishop, I see no raised hands calling for discussion.
Thank you. I call on Anne Brown to introduce Resolution 4.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. This resolution is the second one that was brought forth by the Canons Committee, and as chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of resolutions for revised canons to amend canons 13, 14, and 15 and add canon 15A.
I invite Chancellor Tom Little to speak to this resolution. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. Again, on behalf of the Canons Committee, we received this proposal from the Task Force on Distressed Congregations, and this is an interesting blend or interaction of several canons. It addresses mission congregations as well as parish congregations. The explanation that is offered for your consideration summarizes what brought this to the attention of the Executive Council and created the task force. Importantly, the need to find new ways to work with congregations who are experiencing significant challenges to address difficulties ranging from finances to membership, property issues, old buildings, etc. The changes, Joe, I will walk through briefly, are as follows. Since the rewritten mission congregation canon, which is the canon 15, now offers or proposes to offer a list of signs of vitality to help the congregation and the bishop and the church throughout the diocese, guidelines and goals for achieving and sustaining vitality and vibrancy in a congregation, whether it is a mission congregation or a parish congregation. As part of that, the proposal is in Canon 13. The parish organizational canon is to add a cross-reference to those signs of vitality that I just mentioned over in Canon 15.2. Canon 14 is our canon that deals with changes in the status of a parish. And it again makes reference to the criteria of Canon 13, which I just referenced a moment ago. It also contains what the Canons Committee now feels is a somewhat confusing and redundant phrase that I think when we do our comprehensive incorporation of these canons changes after convention will likely be dropped. If you have it in front of you, if you go to the Canon 14 proposal, in the first sentence in point 1, it says, if a parish for a period of 3 consecutive years has been unable to meet all of the criteria of Canon 13, which under the proposal includes a cross-reference to the signs of vitality in Canon 15.2. The proposal then goes on to make another reference to Canon 15.2, which I think we now believe is, as we sometimes say, not helpful. So we heard from one or more people concerned about that redundancy and confusion. Importantly, in the proposal for Canon 14 says that in section 2 that even if the bishop has not initiated a consultation about this, the parish may on its own motion by a vote of the vestry and a majority vote at a parish meeting initiate this process of consultation with executive council and the bishop. That brings us to a wholly new Canon 15 mission congregations, which goes into much more detail than we ever have before of how a mission can be established and how it can be dissolved, which canons apply to the creation and the existence of a mission. It articulates the signs of vitality, the process of renewal, and what can happen if a mission congregation that fails to enter into the process of renewal, that it may result in the closure of the congregation. And Canon 15A goes into more detail about how a mission congregation can be closed down. The Canons Committee appreciates the work of the Task Force on Distressed Congregation, and we worked with a representative of that task force and others, including the bishop and the canons to the ordinary, and recommend this to convention for its approval. That concludes my report. Thank you, Bishop Shannon.
Thank you, Tom. Is there any discussion? And Tom will be close by to answer any questions that might arise.
Bishop, there's a hand raised by the Reverend Jeremy Means Cost, who I believe is going to propose an amendment.
Okay.
Good evening, Bishop. Thank you for, thank you. Sorry, Bishop Shannon, I move to amend Canon 13.4 as shown on the screen. And if the motion is seconded, I wish to speak to it.
We'll get that up on the screen for people to see. I think Sophie is getting that up on the screen.
Is it on the screen? This is the amendment that is being put forth, correct?
Yes.
And we're seeking someone to second the motion that's been made to add that amendment to the resolution. I see Beth Hill Gardner has raised her hand. Do you wish to second the motion?
Yes, I do. Beth Hill Gardner, Church of the Good Shepherd, Barry.
Okay, thank you. I invite the proposer to explain in 2 minutes or less the rationale for the amendment to Resolution 4.
Thank you. You're right, Reverend Madam. With at least 16 parishes in constellation agreements of sharing a priest, it feels prudent to adjust the canonical requirement of having an annual meeting within 15 days after the second Monday in January and raise that allotment to 30 days in order to give parishes a much better chance to have their meetings with their priests present.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? It doesn't look like there's any discussion. So the matter before us is the amendment to Resolution number 4. The amendment requires a simple majority vote. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to approve the amendment. Vote no to reject the amendment. It looks like voting has stopped, so, well, not quite. Oh, good, one more second. Okay. The amendment passes with 77 voting for approval and 2 not. The amendment will be part of the resolution as considered going forward. Is there any further discussion on resolution 4?
The hand raised from the Reverend Beth Ann Meyer.
Thank you.
I have a concern on the same article that states that at least 1/3 of the vestry shall be voted at the annual meeting. If you have a vestry of 7 members who they each serve 3 terms, you have some people with every year you'll have 2 people coming up for election, and on the 3rd year you'll have 3 people. So on the years that 2 people come up for election, they won't constitute 1/3 of the vestry.
Tom, can you speak to
Bishop
that?
Shannon, I'd be happy to address that. That is a point well taken, Beth Ann. And all I can say is that this has probably been happening across the diocese and across many parishes for generations, and we get by with it. And I guess the consequence of technically not meeting that canonical requirement, there's no clear consequence for it. And that is something that the Canons Committee will take under advisement as we do our work in the coming year. So thanks for bringing that up.
Are there others who wish to speak to this resolution? Bishop, I'm seeing no other hands raised on resolution 4.
Thank you. As noted earlier, we will vote on this resolution after we have debated all the resolutions revising the canons. I call on Ann Brown to introduce resolution number 5, revise canons to amend Canon 29C.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 5, revised canons to amend Canon 29C, which has to do with the canon for Rock Point Commons.
I invite Chancellor Tom Little, thank you, Ann, to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. The Rock Point Commons board and its executive director, Kelly Kimball, worked hard over the last year to reflect on its current canonical structure and overall governance as that canonical group's work has evolved and grown over the years. And they came to the Canons Committee with a proposal that would delete the existing Canon 29 and I'm sorry, this existing Canon 29C and replace it with a whole new one. The proposed changes reflect that the leadership of Rock Point Commons in consultation with the bishop and the executive council and the trustees of the diocese, that the Rock Point Commons will become a nonprofit corporation shortly to achieve some charitable tax exempt status benefits, to enhance fundraising prospects. It addresses the roles of the Rock Point stakeholders, which include the Rock Point School, the diocesan offices, the bishop, the Rock Point Center, the buildings out where the conference center and the Kerr Chapel are. While not they're directly a Rock Point stakeholder under our canons, the holder of the easement that prohibits development on large portions of the property at Rock Point. It includes a clear statement of the mission and the purpose of Rock Point Commons, those of the diocese's mission and ministry. It preserves the historic polity, authority, and roles of the bishop, respectively, and executive council and the trustees. And noteworthy, it would create a stewardship council to focus holistically on the various properties and jurisdictions, so to speak, and structures on the land that would propose policies for stewarding and managing them, subject to the oversight and decisions of executive council and the bishop. The Canons Committee, as I said, worked on this extensively, consulted with Bishop Shannon, Kelly Kimball on behalf of the Rock Point Commons, the trustees of the diocese, and made edits for clarity and consistency. In addition, we found a cross references in other parts of our canons to the Rock Point Commons, namely in Canon 10 and Canon 29E, and we propose to correct those references to the changes that would be made if we adopt these canons. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this, but that concludes my report on behalf of the Canons Committee at this time.
Thank you, Tom. Is there any discussion?
Reverend Earl Coopercamp has his hand raised to speak to Resolution 5.
Yeah, Reverend Earl Coopercamp, Church of the Good Shepherd Barry, St. Mary's Parish, Northfield. And no, actually, we moved so quickly from Resolution 4 to Resolution 5 without stopping discussion because I had something to say about Resolution 4. So now I'm a little bit confused. If somebody could please tell me how I could speak to Resolution 4 since we jumped so quickly to Resolution 5.
I think that's a procedural question, Tom. I don't know.
I think, Earl, we could probably use the time warn provision if they're seeing no objection. If you want to make a brief comment back on that, please proceed. Or if you have a question.
Okay, there, unmuted. Right Reverend Madam and dear friends, sorry, it strikes me with Resolution 4 that there are some contradictions in there. It seems in Canon 13 talks about requirements, Canon 15A talks about criteria, and I feel like there's really some contradictions there that I know we've got a process in what we did with Resolution 6 and 7, I believe. The Committee on Canons is going to work this out, but I think there's enough of need to sort of go through this a little bit, I would actually move to table this resolution at this point. Let the Committee on Canons work out some of those contradictions a little bit, and then proceed at the next convention. So that's my motion.
My thinking on that, Earl, is that in a legislative body that meets with some regularity, in other words, more than once a year, a motion to table is often in order because it's tabling something until the next day or maybe the next week. When a legislative body meets once a year, tabling a motion or tabling a proposed resolution is in fact the equivalent of saying I think people should vote against it. So I think it's the functional equivalent of a no vote on the resolution, and that a motion to table it in the context of how we function once a year is not in order, because it's the equivalent of a motion to kill it, so to speak, and it'd be more proper to vote for it on its merits. That's fine. That's what my experience instructs me. Having said that, I think that this is not in some senses. There are places where this is not simple. The task force is a proposal, and as recommended by the Canons Committee, is to treat, in many respects, missions and parish congregations as pretty much the same thing for purposes of the vitality and considerations. And I guess I would offer that if this were to be adopted and some idiosyncrasies emerged in practice, that those could be addressed with amendments a year from now. I'll stop there. Thank you.
And Tom, what I was raising also is procedurally, it's been moved and seconded, and we did call for questions. I'm just trying to clarify.
Right. That's the, thank you, Bishop. That's so I think we allowed the comment, Earl, but I think this is going to go to a vote on the merits.
And I do have one little thing to say. The place where the word requirements is substituted for criteria, as I was putting these together to make sure everything had the same format and all that stuff, there was a decision to be sure that criteria became the word used, and I missed that one. So it was my understanding that Tom's Canons Committee would be dealing with that one in its run through the entire canons. That was an error on the part of the Resolutions Committee chair.
Thank you.
Does that mean we may return to any discussion on Resolution 5? Were there any wishing to speak to that?
Procedurally, that's where I understand we are. So were there any questions? I didn't see any questions for.
No, I see no raised hands asking to speak to Resolution 5.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure that I've gotten, oh, resolution 6. I skipped a page. All right. I call on Anne Brown to introduce resolution 6, revised canons for clarification. Earlier in the convention, we agreed to add this resolution to our agenda. Like the previous 3 proposed revisions to the canons, it will require a 2/3 majority vote by orders. Following the debate, we will vote on all 4 on a single election buddy ballot.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As chair of the Resolutions Committee, I move adoption of Resolution 6, revised canons for clarification.
Thank you, Anne. I invite Chancellor Tom Little to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. On behalf of the Canons Committee, I advise that we came to the conclusion after a very busy August, September, and October that it would help focus our effort if the convention would adopt a simple resolution directing the committee to do this particular work. At times, after we adjourn the convention, when we've made canonical changes, there isn't complete clarity about who's in charge of doing the next steps of producing a revised version of the entire set of canons. And this will put that squarely on the Canons Committee to report back to you all when we complete that work. And we're hopeful that it also will point the Canons Committee in the direction of starting a more regularized and comprehensive look at canons. I'm not necessarily recommending that you do this, but if you were to sit down and read through all of the canons in one sitting, you would find inconsistencies in the use of certain terms and language that should probably be cleaned up. And that, I think, this will help kickstart that effort as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Is there any discussion? Seeing none.
Seeing none.
The matters before the convention are resolution number 3, revised canons to amend canon 6.1, 15.3, 18, 27, 29E, and 38, the Thrive canons. Resolution 4, revised canons to amend canons 13, 14, and 15, and add canon 15A as amended. Resolution number 5, revised canons to amend canons 29C, the Rock Point Commons canons. And then resolution 6, revised canons for clarification. And as you can see, we were going to conduct this vote by means of election buddy. Vote on each resolution separately, yes to approve, no to reject. Election buddy will sort all votes cast by clergy and lay voters, so you will not need to indicate your vote on the ballots. Once you've voted, but once we begin this time, we will start a little clock of a break of 5 minutes, but please vote first.
All right, voting is now open. And over this break, while we are voting, we will see a video from the Brookhaven Treatment and Learning Center.
Brookhaven Treatment Learning Center was established in 1952 in historic Chelsea, Vermont, on over 120 acres of beautiful land and woods. At Brookhaven, we are committed to providing quality, clinical, and educational programming for youth ages 6 to 14 with emotional, behavioral disturbances, and learning difficulties. Trauma-informed services offered at Brookhaven include therapeutic residential care, individual group and family therapy, case management services, and specialized education. Brookhaven's campus is made up of a main building, learning center, family retreat, sports pavilion, and a number of outdoor areas that include playgrounds, as well as options for hiking and swimming. The main building houses both administrative and clinical offices, kitchen and cafeteria, a dormitory that accommodates up to 8 youth, staff quarters, and a day room for TV watching, staff training, and other group activities. The Learning Center contains multiple rooms for classes, sensory activities, and individual quiet time, and serves the educational needs of both residents and day students. The Family Retreat provides an opportunity for parents of residents to have overnight and extended visits with their children in a home-like environment, as well as to receive educational and guided practice in building parenting skills. Brookhaven is committed to providing the services and support needed to help children and families achieve success both during and after treatment. As a Vermont licensed residential treatment center, Brookhaven specializes in providing therapeutic residential-based services for eligible youth. This level of care is intensive and is often the result of chronic difficulty that has created impairment for the child and prevented success within the home, at school, and in the community. Most children who enter Brookhaven present with significant mental health issues and behavioral concerns for which placement into congregate care and clinical service becomes essential. At Brookhaven, residents are provided with a comprehensive, collaborative, and clinically informed opportunity to heal and correct patterns that have hampered their progress elsewhere. Over an average 1-year stay, they receive constant supervision, structure, and support within a dormitory milieu. Youth care workers are the frontline team members who assist Brookhaven youth with therapeutic programming, individual goals, and daily activities from wake up to tuck in. Brookhaven counselors conduct therapy with youth and their families, facilitate group therapy sessions, and closely monitor each child's progress through the program. In addition to regular counseling, Brookhaven youth meet with a child psychiatrist monthly for ongoing evaluation. The full-time case manager helps maintain continuity between all services, including providing psychoeducational groups, coordinating visits between youth and families, transporting residents to outside appointments, and overseeing the proper packaging and administration of any medications. Finally, Brookhaven administration and leadership provide program oversight, ensuring compliance with all standards of care, quality of service, staff supervision, and the needs are being met of the children, families, and community partners being served. The Brookhaven Learning Center is a Vermont-approved independent therapeutic school providing both general and special education services to attending students. In addition to the youth residing at Brookhaven, students from surrounding school districts are also accepted to attend Brookhaven's co-educational classes when identified as needing an alternative education placement. Brookhaven's team of classroom teachers, aides, and behavioral support staff are highly skilled at designing and delivering curriculum to meet the special needs of students who are typically unsuccessful in more conventional settings. Under the guidance of the Special Education Coordinator, teaching staff utilize therapeutic, creative, and highly experiential approaches to individualize instruction and motivate learning. As students progress through the program, plans are coordinated to help them transition back to regular ed classrooms, receive appropriate supports, and achieve long-term school success.
All right, thank you all. We will reconvene in about 1 minute, but the vote is going to close momentarily. The vote is closing. And the vote is closed. Bishop Shannon, I turn it over to you when you are ready.
Thank you. So I want to give the result of the clergy ballot for General Convention deputies. ranked in order of their votes received. 2 clergy were elected: Sarah Janolfi and Walter Brownridge. So our second ballot, you will need to vote for up to 2 nominees, and those on this ballot will be elected, and they will be ranked after those were already elected. And we will take additional ballots if necessary. So there are 4 names that will be on this next ballot: Lee Crawford, Greta Getline, Jeremy Means-Koss, and Kathleen Shadow. Sophie, is this ballot ready?
Yes, this ballot for the second round of voting for the Clergy Deputation General Convention is ready. Just so you know, when you see the title pop up on your Election Buddy screen, it'll say round 2.5, because in prepping this ballot, I accidentally started it too early, so we are on 2.5, even though it is still 2, just so you all don't get confused by seeing 2.5. All right, the vote is opening. All right, one moment. And the vote is open.
Thank you. Right. I call on Anne Brown to introduce resolution. Oh, did I already do that one? Did we do 7?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I thought.
No, we are on 7. We just did 6.
Yes, we did 6. Okay, yeah, I'm following my notes well. All right, anyway, sorry about that. I call on Anne Brown to introduce Resolution 7, direct Canons Committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons. Note that this resolution will require only a simple majority vote.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. This is the other resolution that was approved at the beginning of the meeting to be added to the agenda. Because it doesn't change the canons in any way, significant way anyway, we're not making new things happen. It does not require a vote by orders or 2/3 vote, as the bishop said. So I move adoption of Resolution 7, direct Canons Committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons.
Well, sorry, my computer is acting up. Chancellor Tom Little, will you please speak to this resolution?
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As noted when the Canons Committee moved to suspend the rules to take this up this evening, I think this is good practice to have the Canons Committee involved directly in producing a revised set of all of the canons to reflect canonical amendments adopted this evening so that they are integrated into the existing canons properly, and we catch any nits that appear and make sure that the punctuation and the formatting are correct. This will also give the committee a chance to take a more thorough look across all of the canons that we think will enable us to do some work to update and modernize canons in proposals that we bring to you next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Is there any discussion? All right.
Seeing none.
Thank you. Seeing none, the matter before us is Resolution 7, direct Canons Committee to prepare updated version of diocesan canons. Please vote using election buddy, yes to approve and no to reject. And
One
while,
moment, please.
and while delegates are completing their votes, I call on Ann Brown to present two courtesy resolutions.
One moment, please, while I'm just make sure that the vote is ready to go. Catching up here briefly. Thank you all for your patience. All right, the vote on Resolution 7 should be open now.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. As is our tradition, the Resolutions Committee offers a variety of resolutions that thank, honor, or commend for prayer individuals or groups. While delegates vote, we want to highlight resolutions that honor two individuals whose lives left important marks not only on the Diocese of Vermont, but also on the state of Vermont and the wider Episcopal Church. Our first resolution honors the life and legacy of the Right Reverend Thomas Clark Ely, who was our 10th bishop. He served the diocese for 18 years. He was a great champion for full inclusion, for, I'm trying to say it, the care of creation, peacemaking. Also, he was one of the founders of Bishops Against Gun Violence and was a important figure in House of Bishops of the Church, as well as an important figure in our convention. So we wanted to honor him, and we also want to send our heartfelt condolences to Ann Ely and Tom's extended family. We hope they will all know of our continued love and our fondest memories of Bishop Tom and Ann, as well as our hope that we might carry out in our lives so much of his purpose as we can. And I encourage you to look at the resolution as posted on the diocesan website, because it does have a fairly lengthy explanation that talks about all of Tom's contributions. Some of his whimsical things, like the diocesan convention, I think it was in 2009, where he was playing Rip Van Winkle in a little skit to announce the strategic plan for the diocese. So please do have a look at that. It is posted on the website under courtesy resolutions. And then the second one we want to talk about now is honoring the life and legacy of the Venerable Stan Baker. J standard sounds a little awkward to me. Archdeacon of the Diocese of Vermont. He was also an amazing figure in the state of Vermont. He and his husband, that now husband, Peter Harrigan, brought, along with a couple of other couples, the suit Baker versus Vermont that gave us the civil union law. Stan and Peter had their civil union in early August of 2000. And he remained a champion for the LGBTQ plus community. Throughout his time, he joined the cathedral after the beginning of the civil union debate and eventually became ordained a deacon, and very much loved being a deacon and championed the role of deacons in the church. I know that Tom Little was very involved in all of that process of the civil union law. So we have some giants in our midst. So we want to acknowledge with gratitude his trailblazing challenge and also his kind heart, his gentle wisdom. He was sought after often by people throughout the church and in the community. So we also extend our condolences to Peter and to Stan's family. So please do also have a look at this resolution on the website. It has quite an explanation that has a lot to say about Stan, and I think you'll enjoy it. So thank you, Bishop. That's it for those two courtesy resolutions.
Thank you, Anne.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here are the results of the votes for resolutions 3, 4, 5, and 6. Resolution 3 passes 97% yes in the lay vote and 100% yes in the clergy. Resolution 4 passes with 94% saying yes in the lay vote and 87% yes in the clergy. Resolution 5 also passes with 100% saying yes in lay and 92% yes in the clergy order. And resolution 6 also passes with 97% yes in the lay vote and 100% yes with the clergy vote. Thank you all.
Bishop Shannon, before we proceed, may I announce the closing of the voting on the last two measures?
Yes, please.
All right, so the vote for both our second round on the General Convention deputation in the clergy order and resolution 7 will be closing very shortly. All right, so deputation is now closed and resolution 7 is closing.
Some folks in the south of the state have lost power. Addison County, other parts.
And resolution 7 is now closed.
Thank you, Sophie. We will announce the result of that vote later. I call on Anne Brown to introduce Resolution 8, the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont, a sanctuary and refuge for the vulnerable, and Resolution 9, phase out fossil fuels in the Diocese of Vermont by 2034. A single election buddy vote will be taken on these two resolutions after debate. Anne.
Thank you, Bishop. As chair of the resolutions committee, I am happy to move the adoption of resolution 8. Okay, we have a clock that dinged the hour pretty loudly, so I wasn't sure that I should keep talking over the clock. So it's told us that it's 9 o'clock, but it's a little early. So resolution 8, the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont, a sanctuary and refuge for the vulnerable. This is a resolution that grew out of work in previous conventions, particularly the last convention. And it called for the creation of a task force, and there goes the other clock. As a result of that resolution, they worked with Executive Council, which has sponsored this resolution. But I urge your adoption.
So is it in order to invite the Reverend Canon Lee Crawford to speak to this resolution now?
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you.
Lee,
Lee,
you're
are you
muted.
available?
You're muted. I just hollered upstairs to her. I hope she unmutes herself. Or, oh, so Lee doesn't
Sophie is
have
making
permission.
sure that she can be unmuted and speak to the resolution.
Okay, that's happening. Sometimes it helps to have two people in the same house.
All right. Thank you very much. As Anne said, last year, the convention approved a resolution that asked the bishop and executive council to create and empower a task force on becoming a sanctuary diocese. And you can see our work in the reports that are online. A year later, the task force seeks continuation of its work from convention, and several points inform the resolution. It sets out clearly that the Diocese of Vermont will be a sanctuary. The task force also recognizes that the word sanctuary is a very charged term, so it decided to add in the synonym refuge, which might draw less attention. Likewise, in its deliberations, the task force realized that in Vermont there are many vulnerable populations in addition to that of the immigrant. The proposed resolution draws attention to all vulnerable populations, people of the global majority, that is non-white populations, the LGBTQI plus community, the neurodivergent community, those without homes, those suffering from abuse. And some congregations already deal with the intersectionality of multiple vulnerable populations. This resolution seeks to recognize these different experiences. The resolution also states our intention to provide safety, not only for the populations at risk, but also for those who help and serve them. And it states that all will be nonviolent actors. And finally, and most important, the resolution asks Executive Council to authorize a task force that will be dedicated to the work of prayer, formation, advocacy, education, and support of sanctuary until the 195th convention in 2027, with the possibility of continuation as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
I see that Reverend Linda Maloney has raised her hand to speak.
Thank you. Right, Reverend Madam and other.
Oh, I just muted her. Sorry.
Try again. I have been in Vermont for 20 years now, plus, and from the very beginning of those years, my attention was called to the plight, in particular, of farm workers. But now it's gotten more widespread. Many farm workers have moved on to other creative assistance to us, and they need us just as much as we need them. In fact, I would say that our immigrant population are missionaries to us. They bring us not only economic security, but the example of their courage and endurance. We owe them service. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Thank you.
I see Elizabeth Parker has raised her hand.
Oh.
Hi.
Sorry, my screen is not working.
It's
So
okay. It took me a while to remember where my things were. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you for expanding the scope of this resolution. As we know, at Christ Church, it's been incredibly important to offer refuge to those who are without shelter. And I appreciate the concept of intersectionality of all the vulnerable. So thank you very much.
is there further discussion? And I'll just alert you, Paul, my screen isn't working well. I don't know if this is wind or not. So you'll have to say if there's somebody raising a hand because I don't see anything.
Right, I'm keeping an eye on it.
Thank you.
And at the moment, I see no one else rising to speak to the resolution.
Thank you. So
All right.
You ready, Anne?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, carry on, please.
Just a reminder that we'll be voting on the resolution on sanctuary and refuge along with the next resolution that's coming up, which is resolution 9. This is another one that has been worked on in the diocese for some years, actually since 2020. And this year it has come up with a seriously wonderful report, I think. And as chair of the resolutions committee, I move adoption of resolution 9, phase out fossil fuel in the Diocese of Vermont by 2034.
Thank you, Anne. I invite Cam Featherstone. I'm not sure if I've said your name right, Cam, and I'm sorry if I've done it wrong. Co-chair of the Zero Emissions Task Force to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon, and you did fine with my name. So, I'm Cam Featherstone, architect at Truex Collins in Burlington, Vermont, co-chair of the Zero Emissions Task Force, and a parishioner and organist at St. Mary's in Northfield. In 2020, our diocese voted overwhelmingly to create a plan to move our churches and properties off fossil fuels and toward 100% renewable energy by 2030. Since then, the wider Episcopal Church has asked all dioceses to phase out fossil fuels by 2034, recognizing that it's no longer enough just to reduce emissions, we need to eliminate them. Here in Vermont, we've already seen what climate change looks like. The floods that have devastated our towns, the damage to homes and farms, and the loss of our snowy winters. Scientists tell us the next 10 years are critical if we want to preserve a livable planet. Our resolution is a faithful and practical response. It reaffirms our 2020 commitment, asks the diocese to formally recognize the Zero Emission Task Force so we can help parishes develop their plans, and will commit us to work towards eliminating fossil fuels by 2034. We know the technical challenges are real, but they're manageable. Vermont's electrical grid is almost already mostly renewable, and the new electric heating systems can provide adequate heat even through our coldest winters. The greater challenge is funding, and our task force is committed to identifying and developing the resources we need. We're asking this diocese to take a leap of faith, to trust that as we step forward, we will be provided for. We know this work is possible because some of our parishes are already leading the way. St. Michael's in Brattleboro is now in its second winter of being solar powered. St. Peter's in Bennington has made its parish hall 100% renewable. And at St. Stephen's in Middlebury, renovations are underway to sharply reduce fossil fuel use. These are examples of faithful actions already bearing fruit. And while we believe this transition will bring long-term cost savings, that's not why we are called to do this work. We are called to care for God's creation and to leave a livable world for those who come after us. We ask for your prayerful support of this resolution, that together we may move forward in courage, wisdom, and love.
Thank you, Cam. Is there any discussion? And I invite Gayan Murphy, the co-chair of the task force, to unmute so she may answer any questions about this resolution.
And I do see the Reverend Earl Cooper Camp has raised his hand to speak.
Yes, Reverend Ma'am and dear friends, just want to say I'm also pleased to join the Zero Emissions Task Force in sponsoring this. Barry was a center of bad flooding for 2 years now. I try to get the city council to outlaw having July 10th anymore, so we don't have a flood on July 10th. And so, but the main thing about this resolution is we got to do what we can. Just literally 2 days ago, we got heat pumps in the rectory in Barry, and so we're reducing our fossil fuel usage quite a bit there. We can keep making these steps because I don't want to muck out another damn basement. But mostly, I got 3 grandchildren here in Vermont, 2 others in New York, and I want them to have a world to live in.
Thank you. I see Anne Hockridge has raised her hand to speak.
I'm the Reverend Anne Hockridge. I'm the priest in charge of the Northeast Kingdom Constellation. And I want to be clear that I support the overall intent of this resolution. As a congregation in St. Johnsbury that flooded 18 months ago, we're still mucking out our furnace room. My concern, however, is smaller congregations and what they face with the new oil tank requirements coming into the state of Vermont in 2030. And that congregations may be left in a position where they're not ready to make the change away from fossil fuels, but also cannot afford to make the upgrades needed to their oil tanks without assistance from the diocese. And this resolution says no money from grants or loans to congregations around fossil fuels. So my concern is that some of our smallest congregations will end up stranded with no ability to do the necessary replacements on their fuel tanks and no ability to move forward off of fossil fuels.
I do see that Daisy Chu has asked to speak to the resolution.
Paul, could I just ask, I think Gayan Murphy was supposed to be available to answer questions, and that appeared to be a question.
Okay, then we can move to that. Is there a response?
I'd like to have Cam answer that question because I think it's in his wheelhouse as an architect to just give a fuller answer than I can, better answer. Can we put Cam back in?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm here. I mean, I think there are always going to be challenges, and you know, this is a leap of faith. And I believe that we will be able to find ways to support even the smallest congregations. And part of the work of the task force is going out and finding those sources of help, those financial sources, including working with the Episcopal Church writ large to meet their commitment from the past General Convention to create a revolving loan fund for this purpose. Recognizing that we have to do something, we have to do the right thing, and time is not on our side. So I think we just have to try to work through the issues as they come to us.
Okay. There was a request to speak from Daisy Chu, if we can move on to that.
Yeah, hi. I am Daisy Chu. I'm from Trinity Rutland, and I wanted to ask, I guess as a point of clarification, or I'm curious, is if there would be consequences for any parishes that would be unable to complete this transformation by the deadline because of financial constraints. And then a second part of that question is the resolution mentions creating a mechanism for grants or low interest loans for this transformation. And my question is, do we have an idea of the magnitude of that? Is it in the tens of thousands, or is it in the more, what we would need is the hundreds of thousands to complete this sort of transformation? And I also want to be clear, I'm totally on board with phasing out fossil fuels, but I also want to be realistic of limited budgets and the cost for doing these sort of transformations. Thank you.
Neither of you address the questions posed.
Yeah, Paul, could I answer that? And then I want to have Cam come in. He's got a few things to say about electrical power. So the way that we constructed the resolution, there are no sticks. You don't get punished if December 31st, 2034 comes around and you haven't done everything. We did put in the provision that the diocese would not provide grants or loans to continue fossil fuels in terms of new installations, because HVAC systems, heating and cooling systems, last 20 to 30 years. So every time we invest new money in a new system like that, we're perpetuating our use of fossil fuel. One thing I want to say also about Anne's question is the first step in all this is planning. And the first step costs nothing. So the first step is both prayerful engagement, deep prayerful engagement about climate change, and then thinking, what is my church like? What are my needs? How old's our system? Where are we? And really engaging in that planning. So there's not surprises when it's 20 below and it's midnight. And one of the things we talked about 2 weeks ago is Reverend Rachel Field said, you're going to pay money for fuel no matter what. You live in Vermont. So you're going to pay for electricity or you're going to pay for fuel. So it's not, if we go to electricity, it's not that we're suddenly coming up with having to pay for something you have to have an HVAC system. So why not think ahead and move your heating and cooling system towards one that is based off of electricity? And Cam can speak better to the price point of electricity for heating across the state.
Well, a couple things. These systems, they do have to be properly designed by an engineer. I've worked on many that are working very well, and they don't even require backup systems if they're properly designed. In Vermont, the cheapest fuel right now for heat is electricity through a geothermal heat pump or a cold climate heat pump, by a good margin, actually. So, like we have said in the explanation in the resolution, you know, and I understand deeply people's concern over the finances, especially small churches, especially in rural areas, and especially amidst dwindling populations. But the earth does have a clock, and we're seeing the impacts. The strongest hurricane to ever make landfall landed 2 days ago in Jamaica. We're all contributing to this through inaction. So we know that there are technical challenges. We know there are financial challenges. We believe these can be overcome.
We have about 5 minutes remaining for continued debate and discussion on this resolution. I do see the Reverend Rachel Field has raised her hand to speak.
Hi, this is Reverend Rachel Field from St. Mary's in Northfield, also been supportive of the Zero Emissions Task Force. I just wanted to flag in the debate, I'm speaking in favor of this resolution, that General Convention has already committed the Episcopal to this process, and the Diocese of Vermont has already committed our diocesan household to working towards zero emissions. So what this resolution is doing, we're not actually, in my view, we're not actually debating whether or not we're going to do this. What we're doing is attempting to give a structure for finding the kinds of support that's actually being asked for in these comments. So where is the money? Where are the grants? That is the role of this task force. For the last 5 years since we approved this as a diocese, we haven't had a mechanism to do that. So this is the first step in being able to identify where we can get the funds to support parishes who need to make these transitions, where we can do that proactive teaching. Earl mentioned in the chat, November 15th, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Mission Farm. It's November 15th. Please come. This is going to be an event to walk you through exactly what you need to do as a church, from initial conversation with the vestry all the way to zero emission. We're going to have nonprofits there to help you with this. This resolution is helping to provide the support that I'm hearing many of y'all ask for. So I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. Thank you very much.
And I do see Becky Colette has raised her hand to speak. This might be our last opportunity to speak within our allocated 20 minutes of debate time for this resolution.
Thank you so much. I attended Becky Colette from St. Luke's in Fairhaven, and I attended the luncheon question and answer period at the in-person convention. And those were all questions, the doubts that I hear being raised. How do we afford it? How do little churches do it, et cetera? And I'm a delegate from one of those little churches. And those were exactly my concerns. And they were laid to rest. They were laid to rest because the committee, the task force, plans to address all those things and find resources. In fact, they turned us onto a resource, and our furnace just died like a week ago. And we've been trying to do it an alternate way, and have found a way to at least move off of fossil fuel for our hot water, and to have a more efficient system, and then to continue creating a plan to move forward. So I'm speaking in favor of this and of the due diligence of the task force. Thank you.
We have officially ended debate on this resolution, having reached our 20-minute limit for discussion.
Thank you, Paul. So I will, I'm going to invite the vote.
first. The matters before us are Resolution number 8, the Episcopal Diocese of Vermont, a sanctuary and a refuge for the vulnerable, and Resolution 9, phase out fossil fuel in the Diocese of Vermont by 2034. Please vote using Election Buddy. You will vote on each resolution separately. Yes to approve and no to reject. And also you will find that we will launch the third ballot for General Convention deputies.
Yes. So, Paul, can you mute? So the vote will be opening shortly for resolutions 8 and 9.
Oh my God, now I can't vote.
And I can
It is
report.
it is open now. It is just opened. And I would like to clarify that the vote for this is our third round of voting on the clergy deputation, as there was not an election in the second round. After you vote on 8 and 9, the general convention vote should come up automatically. And both votes are now open.
Yeah.
Kathy Perkins has raised her hand. Is there a question to address to convention?
Well, I'm going to announce the result of the vote for Resolution 7. It passed unanimously. Thank you. While delegates are completing their votes, we will move forward with our final resolutions. Woohoo! I call on Anne Brown to introduce Resolution 10, Resist Rising Christian Nationalism, and Resolution number 11, calling for an end to genocide and for lasting peace in Gaza.
Anne?
Oh, sorry about that. Getting tired. Resolution 10, Resist Rising Christian Nationalism, has become a much more prominent issue in the last few years and has been addressed in a variety of places, including in the General Convention of the Episcopal Church. I would like to move the adoption of Resolution 10 as chair of the Resolutions Committee. The name of the resolution is Resist Rising Christian Nationalism.
Thank you, Anne. I invite Jeffrey Lewis to speak to this resolution, but I see David Treadwell, who is also part of this resolution. So maybe David is speaking instead of Jeffrey. I don't know.
Bishop Shannon Jeffrey Lewis, I believe, is going to speak to this, I see.
Okay, I don't, well, you know what? I will need to stop talking about what I see on my screen because my screen isn't working well, but I do see you, David. Jeffrey, Will you
Yes.
please read the resolution?
I'm here, Bishop Shannon. Thank you. Ann has actually spoken clearly on this, and I deeply appreciate Bishop Shannon mentioning this in the opening remarks. Since beginning of this year, with the inauguration in January, the idea of Christian nationalism and rising in all of our attention. And here in Brattleboro, we had gathered a working group in late February to begin to strengthen ourselves for resistance and understanding what was going on. And we began with the executive order to eliminate anti-Christian bias, which was issued in early February. And we reacted to that rather seriously because we realized it was not referring to Christians like us. And that really got our attention, drew our attention very clearly to Christian nationalism as a different understanding of Christianity, and thought that we as both St. Michael's and we hope the diocese would make a statement that we oppose that.
Is there any discussion?
We do see the Reverend Walter Brownridge has raised his hand to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I thank Jeffrey and David for putting the original resolution together, and I really thank the resolutions chair, Ann Brown, for her work in putting together the amended or revised resolution. I was involved in that a bit, and I just wanted to add this point that, as explained in some of the resolves as well as in the explanation, while Christian nationalism is in some places a global phenomenon and also part of a phenomenon that goes to other faith traditions of religious nationalism in other countries, I want to emphasize, and I'm glad to explain to people if they need, that in the United States, this Christian nationalism is, I think, more appropriately understood as white Christian nationalism. There is a plethora of books and articles and discussions that indicate why that is an accurate statement. But it is essentially has to do with among a certain type of Christianity that was bred in the culture of early Christian, not early Christian, but early American understanding of who was an American. White male property owners, and correspondingly in the church, while the enslaved were often baptized, they were never considered fully human. At the end of this long process, it really began to believe that those are, quote, true Christians, just as the term heritage Americans has come into our parlance. The idea of Christianity, really true Christianity, comes from a very slanted view of Christianity that is that the most preferred and those who should be truly ruling America, not just that America is a Christian nation, but that the leading citizens are white, European descendant, and it has permeated our highest levels of power and government, but it's reflecting even much more than a particular administration and in many of our churches. And
Walter, I believe you've reached the limit of 2 minutes for speaking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeffrey Lewis has raised a hand.
I just want to add my voice to Walter's on that. He joined this conversation during the hearing on resolutions a couple of weeks ago. made similar comments. We had some exchanges around that, and he helped us understand more clearly the important role of naming white supremacy as a part of our attention to Christian nationalism, which we have done in the resolution. And in fact, we've set ourselves for a meeting next week to begin to address that very directly. So our thanks to Walter, and we certainly want to include that.
Is there any other discussion? Thank you. Our next resolution, Anne?
Excuse me, Bishop Shannon, may I make a note on voting?
Yes.
I'm going, the vote on resolutions 8 and 9 will be closing shortly. The third round of voting on the clergy order of the General Convention deputation will remain open. If you have not voted in the General Convention election, please refresh your browser.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the
vote on 8 and 9
is closed.
is closed.
Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon.
Thank you. Anne, can you continue with the next resolution? Thank you.
Yes. The next resolution is Resolution 11, calling for an end to genocide and for lasting peace in Gaza. This resolution we had some discussion about at the pre-convention hearing. I said that there would be updates to the resolution and primarily updates to adding an explanation. That is now on the website as of today with some material that is dated yesterday. And there are plenty of links and resources for you to look at. So I would like to move adoption of Resolution 11. Calling for an end to genocide and for lasting peace in Gaza.
Thank you, Anne. I invite Wally Good to speak to this resolution.
I believe I'm on.
Yes.
Maybe not.
Hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we're running 2 computers in our household. I would like to just briefly state that there are 10 resolves in this resolution, that the explanations try to go through the reasoning for each of these resolves, and can be used for educational purposes if the resolution were to pass. And we're just hoping that we can get the word out in addition to name the genocide. I also want to thank John Heermans for being the primary force that keeps us alive in our diocese. And I'll just stop with that much comment.
Thank you, Wally. Is there any discussion?
I do see Luke Kruger has raised a hand to speak.
Right, Reverend Madam Luke Krieger from St. Paul's Wells. I rise in favor of this resolution. When I was at General Convention in 2024, we had a very vigorous debate about the term genocide being used in the resolution, as well as the term apartheid. And unfortunately, genocide was struck and apartheid was struck, primarily over the objections of the House of Bishops. We talk about naming things that we see. This is a time when we need to name this. This resolution asks that it be sent on to the presiding bishop so that he can see that dioceses are aware and know that we need to name what is occurring in Israel and Palestine. People oftentimes point to the fact that we need to hold Hamas accountable, and certainly the resolutions from General Convention did. In this resolution, we do as well. But it's also important to remember that Israel claims to be fighting Hamas, but they are taking it out on the people of Gaza and the Palestinians in general in the West Bank. And I would like to close with this quote from Martin Luther King Jr. from his speech in Riverside, when he says, "I knew that I could never raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without first having spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government." I ask that this convention approves this resolution so it may be forwarded on to the presiding bishop. Thank you.
Phil Ciula has raised a hand to speak.
Yes, I would like to thank Mr. Kruger for his comments. My wife and I have stood on the North Shire Circle for the last 2 years with a small group of people protesting what Israel has been doing, not only since October 7th. Many people don't know that the few days before October 7th, Gaza City was bombed. Over 300 Palestinians were killed. After this latest supposed ceasefire, on a daily basis, Israelis are still killing Palestinians. Many people don't realize that Gaza is illegally, under international law, occupied by Israel. The wall they built is illegal, the blockade is illegal, and the settlements in the West Bank are illegal. And yet they defy these laws and continue to do what they do. And unfortunately, if it was not for our government, they would not be able to do these things. So I think it's important to stand in solidarity with the Palestinians. I would just make one comment that this conflation of anti-Semitism, when a person opposes Israeli policy, is a ploy. And unfortunately, this current administration is trying to use that to punish people that do protest what Israel has been doing and has been doing since 1948. So I'll end it there.
Are there others who wish to debate this particular resolution? Bishop, I'm seeing no others rising to speak.
Okay, thank you. So before proceeding to the vote, I will tell you that Resolution 8 and 9 both passed. Resolution 8 with 90% yes, and Resolution 9 with 88% yes. Matter now before us are Resolutions 10, resisting rising Christian nationalism, and Resolution 11, calling for an end to genocide and for lasting peace in Gaza. Please vote using Election Buddy. Vote on each resolution separately, yes to approve and no to reject. During the pause for voting, enjoy the videos from the Zero Emissions Task Force and Mission Farm.
Okay, so the vote for the third round of voting on the clergy half of our deputation is closing now. And that vote is closed. The vote on resolutions 10 and 11 will be opening shortly. And it should now be. Ooh, one more second. Come on. And the vote is now open. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It is settled science that our Earth is in the midst of a climate crisis. Rising world temperatures are dangerously affecting the systems of life that God gave us on this fragile Earth, our island home. Our diocese passed a bold initiative in 2020 to end our dependence on fossil fuel, the primary cause of increased CO2 in our atmosphere. Healing our wounded environment will take every ounce of courage and determined action on the part of our parishes and diocesan organizations. After the 2020 diocesan resolution passed, Bishop Shannon called for the formation of a volunteer diocesan committee to study technical and financial options that would assist parishes in their steps to move off of fossil fuel. That committee, the Zero Emissions Task Force, is up and running with 9 dedicated volunteers. My heartfelt thanks to them for their expertise and commitment to this critical mission for our diocese and the larger church. The committee deeply appreciates the cooperation of so many parishes in completing the parish heating survey, the first step in our journey together to positively impact our environmental future.
There's a lot of reasons I do this work, but among them is what's our witness to our wider communities and especially to the young people who will inherit this planet. You know, a few years ago, I was doing a feature story for Middlebury College about a new environmental group, and one of the young founders told me that when he was 7 years old, he watched An Inconvenient Truth and he felt like he wanted to die. 7 years old. You know, about that same age, my connection to nature was going on ranger hikes in Rocky Mountain National Park and learning that ponderosa pine bark smells like vanilla. So what's our witness? Is our witness going to be one of courage, faith in action, love, not just for ourselves and our own church community, but for them? A witness that faith in God means caring for creation and acting as 2 Timothy tells us, not in a spirit of fear, but in a spirit of discernment, power, and love.
I do this work with the Zero Emission Task Force because I'm used to it. I'm an architect and I'm also a parishioner and organist here at St. Mary's in Northfield. I've been doing this kind of work and modernizing old buildings my whole career. And I know deeply that this work is not only possible, but necessary for the benefit of the future of humankind and all animal kind on this planet.
We as humans on this planet, Earth, have been responsible for creating much of our global environmental crisis. Due to fossil fuel emissions, the resulting warming of our Earth has affected other creatures. They did not contribute to the problem, but have been greatly harmed by the resulting toxic weather conditions. Many species have disappeared. When will we and our descendants be?
Zero Emissions Task Force invites you to join us as we work with our beloved community, fellow Episcopalians here in Vermont, to protect our wider beloved community, other people and other places, plants, animals, ecosystems worldwide, and do our part to address the climate crisis. Maybe you want to join our task force. We need skills of all kinds. Or you might come to our November 15th workshop at Mission Farm in Killington. Complete your parish heating survey, or just get in touch and ask how you can cherish and restore creation and serve God by reducing and eliminating fossil fuels from your church building. There's so much hope when we work together in a spirit of prayer and fellowship. Get in touch.
we have? Okay. Sending you more support.
Bishop, I believe that while votes are being counted from the most recent ballots, we might be able to move forward to the courtesy resolutions.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're headed. All right, I call upon Anne Brown to offer the remaining courtesy resolutions for our consideration.
Thank you, Bishop Shannon. We have 4 more courtesy resolutions, which I will speak to very briefly. Actually, we should have 5, but we have 4 to talk about tonight. Courtesy Resolution 3 honors the life and legacy of the Reverend Janet Brown. Janet was a longtime priest in our diocese. She died this spring. She was the first woman to be ordained in the Diocese of Vermont. Just a few days after the very first woman who was ordained in the Episcopal Church after the church had legalized the ordination of women. It was not an easy road for the first. It never is for a first. But Janet had a wonderful presence about her. She was caring, loving, and served several congregations, primarily Grace Church in Sheldon, and came out of St. James Essex Junction as a layperson. She was also a psychologist, and we hope that you will have a look at the resolution on the website because it does have an explanation that talks much about Janet and her ministries. And we want to also be sure that we communicate our condolences and affection to Janet's family and her beloved spouse, Jean Townsend. The second one, there we go. There's Janet at Grace Church. She had quite a presence. Our next resolution thanks our bishop for her convention sermon and for her convention address. Fortunately, I had a chance to have a brief look at it before, so we could write this up and turn it in before you even spoke a word. We are very grateful for your focus on the concept of koinonia and fellowship and how we function together as community, as the body of Christ, and also the way that we can continue to grow into that, to use it to help us not to be afraid. I think that was one of my real takeaways from the convention sermon, with your quoting Letitia James, talking about how fear and faith don't occupy the same space. So I encourage you also to have a look at this resolution, which is on the website, and we say thank you. Resolution 4, am I right? 5, celebrates the 200th anniversary of St. Luke's Episcopal Church in St. Albans. That resolution, for a variety of reasons, hasn't been fully written and put on the website, but we hope it will get there soon. And we want you to all recognize St. Luke's and St. Albans. 200 years is a long time to serve ministry in a particular place. So we congratulate them and celebrate their anniversary. Courtesy Resolution 6 is one that came out of the Zero Emissions Task Force. And its title is Thanking Phil McVeigh and Others for Their Contribution to Creating Fossil Fuel Diocese. You just heard their little video with people saying why they do the work that they do. And this resolution is an attempt to thank the people who began the work, John Feldy, particularly from St. Barnabas in Norwich back in 2020, who gave us our very first resolution about becoming a fossil fuel-free diocese, and COVID kind of pretty much got in the way. So this resolution is thanking Phil McVeigh, who kind of brought things back to life in terms of this work, and also celebrating the people who were involved to get it that far, and now those who are carrying it further. So we give our thanks and commendation to all of those people. And the final courtesy resolution we have, well, we could probably have a whole bunch more, but this one is thanking the participants in Saturday's in-person session. It's always a wonderful thing for us to get together and as the embodied diocesan community and to consider together what it means to be church and find purpose and meaning in troubled times. So this resolution also, it's on the website, so you can take a look at it. Probably easier to read than on the screen, but you can see there are lots of people being thanked for many things. Oswald Wilson's wonderful start out to the day was, I'd say, meditative, quietly interactive, and it gave a real grounding, spiritual grounding for the theme of the day. Others were the members of Calvary and St. James Essex Junction, who talked about growing into being a constellation. Sarah Cowan spoke very well about the process engaged by the Distressed Congregations Task Force, which wasn't an easy one, but clearly undertaken from a pastoral perspective. And then the members of the Northeast Kingdom Constellation in the afternoon told a very honest story of moving from trauma through survival to thriving in new and creative ways. And so we thank all of the participants on Saturday and encourage you to look at this resolution on the website, and hopefully the one celebrating St. Luke's will be there as well. And so I thank you. I would like to thank the Resolutions Committee again for their contributions to this work, and wish you all a good night. At least from my perspective, I think I'm done.
Thank you, Anne. And many thanks to both the Resolutions Committee and the Canons Committee for their work this year. I invite Convention to show its approval of these remaining courtesy resolutions by raising your hands. Is that happening, Paul? Because you know I can't see the screen. Yeah, I can.
Yes, it is in a very overwhelming way.
Yay. Thank you all. All right, so resolution 10 and 11 both pass. Resolution 10 passes by a 96% vote. Resolution 11 passes by a 93% vote. So we don't have an election yet for the clergy deputation to General Convention. Round 4 is ready. And so I would like to launch that before I call on Paul for the next thing. Is that ready, Sophie?
Yes, it is ready.
Okay, thank you.
It will be opening momentarily. I would encourage you all to make your decisions quickly so that we can conclude our business. As a reminder, we must have a quorum in both orders. And in or we must have a majority in both orders in order for someone to be elected. And the vote will be opening momentarily. And the vote is now open. I hope.
It is.
And the vote is open. Please vote quickly.
I call on Paul Olson, Secretary of Convention, for a request to authorize the approval of the minutes of this convention.
Okay, my sound was turned down, but I believe the bishop has called upon me to make a request. The Dispatch of Business Committee reviewed and approved the minutes of the 2024 annual convention and makes the request that this convention authorize the Dispatch of Business Committee to approve the minutes of this year's convention.
I call for a motion that convention authorizes the Dispatch of Business Committee to approve the minutes of this convention.
See, Christine Mosley has raised her hand. She needs to be unmuted before she can speak. There she goes.
So moved. Thank you.
And Susan McGarry has raised her hand, hopefully for a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Here we go.
The matter before us is authorizing the Dispatch of Business Committee to approve the minutes of this convention. Please indicate your vote using the Zoom poll that will appear on your screen. Vote yes to authorize the committee to approve the minutes. Vote no to withhold authorization.
Hey, Mike. Yeah. You know how she said I had
Well, we have passed that unanimously to authorize the Dispatch of Business to approve minutes for this convention. I will check with Sophie to see if we have a vote, and I also noticed something in the chat, and will, God willing,
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
We've had a request to see the results of the last failed ballot in case it influences people's choices. If you have, by way of raising hands, can I see if folks would still, if enough people have not voted to see, if they would still like to see that failed ballot with the permission of the diocesan chancellor?
He said to do it.
Yes, that would be in order to show the ballot that did not achieve an
Okay.
election.
One moment. Because of the way Election Buddy works, I believe this will show up as a pop-out from my email, and if it is not visible, actually, take that 1 second. Let me see if I can get this up in a more official manner. There it is. Okay. You may lower your hands. I will put it up. Where? It's Sorry, one second. I'm having some technical issues. Here we are. So I would like to explain what you're looking at. Please ignore the percentages. It has to do with how Election Buddy operates. What we are looking at is the total number of votes gotten. And I understand that those votes might seem confusing or low. Please know we are tracking the quorum and we are tracking the threshold required for the votes. But this is what the failed ballot looks like. And if we have to continue doing ballots if we have to continue taking ballots on the deputation, I will continue to show you the numbers.
Thank you.
And that, as a reminder, for an election to happen, a candidate needs a majority of the clergy votes and a majority of the lay votes.
The only thing is that what you've displayed is cutting off the names. We can't see.
Got it. Thank you all for your patience. I am going to close the vote. The vote is closing. The vote is now closed. Please bear with us while we do some math.
I guess I could make the announcement about next convention. And just for clarity, remember, convention is a perfectly biblical number. It's 3 days. And because I have this extra time while I'm trying to fill up your attention here, we used to rent out space in a hotel, and we haven't done that since my first convention here. And we've been able to be hosted by the cathedral, and our time spent together is on connection and worship and renewing all of our vows with each other, and not choosing to do all of our business together. I'm praying, I don't know, we have a lot of things to vote on and discuss every year, but I am praying that maybe one year we won't have as much to vote on. We had a big lift with the Thrive cannons, and it was absolutely necessary. But anyhow, that's why we have our 3 different days. And you can see the dates are the pre-convention hearing, where we hear all the resolutions and the budget and have opportunities to ask questions. That will be October 29th. And then our time together, November 7th at the cathedral. And then our business session on November 12th. I think they're still mathing out there. And I don't think we have any more videos to show you either.
We're just about finished tallying the vote most recently for General Convention clergy deputies and should have that available going forward in a few minutes.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are checking the quorum right now. If we do not no longer have a quorum, we will come back to you.
So folks, it appears that on the most recent ballot taken, we do not have a definitive election, which would demand another ballot for the clergy deputies to General Convention. However, at this late hour, we have lost some of the voting members of convention to the point that we need to verify that we can still operate with a quorum as required by the canons to take that next vote. So that's what the delay is all about. But we're working that through, and we think we'll have the answer any second now.
Go ahead and show them the results. All right. Folks, for your information and knowledge, I am going to be showing the results of our last ballot, and I have included the threshold minimums so you can see how many votes we were shy in both orders. Hopefully, if we still have a quorum, we will do another round, and we will see what happens. Yes. Thank you all for bearing with us. I will also say if someone who is still on the ballot for clergy deputy feels so moved to drop out, that is an order that would reduce our number of folks we need to our pool of candidates. So if you feel so called, can you recognize Greta, Paul?
I see that Greta Getline has raised a hand to speak. Question, a query?
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Right, Reverend Madam, it is way past my bedtime, and so I will happily drop out of the race for clergy deputy to General Convention, though I would love to go, but clearly it's not in the cards for me this time. So I will drop out and hope that that will help resolve some of these issues.
Thank you, Greta. I think that's I don't know if that's the right thing to say, but thank you.
Kathleen Shotto, you have raised a hand to speak. Kathleen, you're unmuted. You may speak.
There we go. Sorry, my screen went away. I am on the same page as Greta. I would love to serve it for a general convention, and if it's not in the cards for this go round, please feel free to remove me from the ballot.
Thank you, Kathleen. Let me.
You don't need to do a vote then, because that's.
We need a vote by acclamation, but this is now an uncontested election.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tom.
Our parliamentarian
I think I'm seeing in some requests in the chat, if you could share your screen with the last election results and make it larger on the screen so people could take one more look at what the tallies were. I don't know if you can expand the size of that so people can.
I have grown the size, but we only have 2 candidates remaining, as the Very Reverend Greta Getline and the Reverend Kathleen Shotto have both now formally dropped out, which means this is now an uncontested election, which means I believe if so moved, we can do a vote by acclamation. Please confirm for me, Mr. Parliamentarian.
I hate to disappoint you, Sophie, but I think the canons require a vote by orders, but it should be a quicker vote.
All right, we are finishing up confirming the quorum now.
Do I see that Canon Susan raised her hand? Oh, indeed, she has. Okay, go.
Bishop Shannon, it wasn't clear to me the way that Reverend Kathleen Shotto spoke, that she actually dropped out, that she took herself off the ballot. And I see there's also a query about that in the chat from another member of the convention, another delegate. So I'm looking for some clarity from Reverend Shotto, please. Thank you.
Can you unmute?
Hold on, I gotta find her.
There she is.
It is late. I am tired and was not completely clear, and I apologize for that. Yes, please remove me from the ballot. Thank you.
All right, so Sophie is preparing the ballot per Tom's instructions as our parliamentarian that we actually have to have a vote by orders. And please don't move, so that we still have what little bit of quorum we actually have.
I'm going ahead.
All right. Thank you all so much for your patience. We have confirmed that we have a quorum. We only have 2 candidates remaining. The vote is opening momentarily. And the vote is open. Thank you all for your patience.
Let's go vote. Let's once we figure it out.
All right, thank you all for your patience. The vote is going to close momentarily. And the vote is now closed. I am just going to download the spreadsheet to confirm that both of our deputies have been duly elected. One moment, please. Madam Chair, I turn it to you. I will hand you the results on a piece of paper momentarily.
while I'm waiting for my piece of paper, I want to remind Liz Selesky that she is our dismissing deacon. And actually, the question is she still here?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I see her. Yay, thank you.
And to expedite our exit, if someone gets ready to move and second the next bit of business, we'll be, oh, look at that. People jumping at it.
I am going to pray for y'all before I send y'all off. Y'all need a prayer before bed. Okay. Does it say that they? All right. So both are elected. And it says they tied, right?
Seniority, so she should be 3.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
So
my
seniority. Oh, yeah, I see that. Leah seniority. So she is deputy number 3, and Jeremy is deputy number 4. Thank you all. The diocesan household that stays up together, I don't know, stays together, gets holier together, gets goofier together. But anyhow, the matter before us is adjourning the 193rd convention of the Diocese of Vermont. Please indicate a vote in favor by using the raised hand function in Zoom. There's nothing for no. God be with you. Oh God, your unfailing providence sustains the world we live in and the life we live. Watch over those both night and day who work while others sleep, and grant that we may never forget that our common life depends upon each other's toil. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Live without fear. Your Creator has made you holy, has always protected you and loves you as a mother. Go in peace to follow the good road, and may the blessing of God, holy eternal majesty, holy incarnate word, and holy abiding spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen. Oh, someone needs to unmute Liz.
Liz Gillespie.
Selesky.
Gillespie. Go in peace to love and serve the Lord.
Thanks be to
Thanks be to God.
I now declare this convention adjourned.
Thank you all for your patience tonight.